Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you all here. I hope you can hear me loud and clearly and I did nothing wrong, like for example forgetting to click on the go live button. It's not like that ever happened before in the past. But yeah, I hope it is, you had a fantastic day and very nice to see so many people here. And so many questions already, some interesting questions and so on. We as always, disclaimer at the start of the stream, I try to stay at the present point in time of the chat. So if you have a question you've already posted in the past, maybe repost it so I don't have to scroll up half an hour, because answering questions usually takes much longer than asking them, so there is the problem. On my side, I seem a bit low on volume, but since there's nothing in the background, it should be okay, I guess. But I don't know. I hope everything is... Maybe I could risk listening to myself for a moment and see what is going on there with that. Where's the live button? Here, maybe? Yeah, it looks like it sounds okay. Okay, just check. You probably should not have heard myself twice or so, but that should work. Yeah, I already said welcome everyone. Nice that you are here. Happy that always some people are there to check out. For whatever reason, I set up a new little bot helper that has some interesting commands and stuff available for stream. For whatever reason, it does not really work currently. That makes me kind of, not sad is the wrong word. It's more like, unfortunate is probably a good word for it. The problem is now I'm live and I can't really repair it. Or really try figuring out what is going wrong with the thing. Could maybe try. Let's try again. Were you at the Oxford event? No, I was not. It works. It works. Okay, awesome. The second bot works now. Good. We don't have to repair or bother about too many other things now. That is pretty good. Okay, nice. So one problem less on the long list of problems while streaming. So it works. That is pretty awesome. And I hope the new bot or the second bot that we have gives us good services. I really like Nightbot, but it has some options and stuff that is missing, but it does some other stuff better than the other bot, if that makes sense. So I have just both of them. And with those, we have kind of a lot of potential and stuff that we could do here and there. So really like the functionality there. It's nothing to bother really about. It's just posting links and so on if you want. Somebody asked if there's a Discord. Yes, there is a Discord server. Let me see if it works. I don't know which bot has the Discord link. We will find out. The problem is, in first room and Twitch, the commands work a lot faster. For whatever reason, on YouTube, it takes really like 5 to 10 seconds till the bot answers. But yeah, there it is. I hope the link is still up to date. Should work though. Yeah, there was this question at the beginning. Maybe we take that as a first entry question because I found it very interesting. Because I think also Otaku Senpai also asked if I was in the Oxford event. Maybe that goes in the same direction. Probably some people are interested in this. I know it's a more political question. It's not too much to do about law, so we can get get it right out of the way, and then discuss the lore, which is, in my opinion, obviously more fun than all this, let's call it, organization-based business stuff going on in the background. Yeah. Nolorin asks, what's your opinion of Amazon giving a number of people a free vacation and 20 minutes of the Rings of Power show stuff? So that is the Oxford event, I assume, that now 2 people ask about, so maybe let me just shortly comment on. So I did not participate on this event. Interesting, I was also not invited or asked, so there's no chance for me to go there. Even if I would have gotten asked, I could have not attended anyway, due to different reasons, but at least right now. And that, as a result, leaves to the question, let's say I would have asked and would have been and would have time and possibility to go to the to this, let's call it, Oxford event, should I have went there? That's a really good question in my opinion, and also defines a bit my stance on how I want to maybe cover this stuff. So for people not knowing this, for example, my channel started as a gaming channel and was not like really a big gaming channel, to be honest, but in the gaming press cosmos, it is not unusual that you get invited by a publisher to maybe play a new game or something somewhere, and you get a vacation. There were some publishers spent a significant amount of money to basically bring a bunch of press people from all over the world to a nice place and a nice hotel, and have a nice program for them, and then they play the game for an hour and hope for maybe good press for their upcoming game. Stuff like this is definitely a thing. During the coronavirus time that we're still in, this got a bit less as far as I'm aware of. And it's not unusual, though often the gaming press is criticized exactly for this, that you could say it's just normal in the atmosphere of the gaming press to go to these events. It's the same for movie. Every time you see like a bigger movie channel having an interview with, I don't know, some actor, it's usually, I'm not sure, in Germany it's called junkets, I think. So you get they carry a celebrity, an actor that is in a film, for example, somewhere to a place, and then they bring all the press people there, and they can have like a 5-minute interview with those peoples or so, and then can then just publish the interview on that channel, and of course also hope for good press. And they basically also get a little free vacation to go somewhere for a day and have this. So also I think in the film press, it's not unusual that stuff like it happens. Of course, gaming is also maybe a bit extreme in some cases. However, press junket, right? Yeah, exactly. And that is. It's a very common thing, so it's not too unusual that Amazon, for the upcoming show, as part of their PR department, thought to also bring a bunch of YouTube people and other people that do Tolkien content, that basically, let's call them Tolkien influencers or whatever, bring them somewhere and show them a bit of material, and maybe have an interview and stuff. And have a nice day in Oxford. Like that is not too unusual, in my opinion. The problem is, of course, all this got criticized over the past decades. This part of getting invited somewhere, have a nice vacation to New York, to London, or whatever, to Oxford, and then you see a film, a trailer, have an interview or footage, or play a game or whatever. That was often criticized because if you look at the journalistic principles, usually you want to be unbiased if you review something. You know, it's a kind of strange if you review a game and the publisher whose game you will review invites you to, I don't know, New York, London, or whatever, and basically sponsors you a very short vacation and hopes potentially for good press. As a result, you could say that if you are part of the press and a journalist, you can be biased now. And if you are biased in a sense like this, you potentially need to disclose it. Also need to drink something. Excuse me. Voice was cracking a bit. I don't know why it now happens when I'm streaming. However, that is, of course, a bigger issue than if you do a review. However, I'm a bit biased when it comes to, for example, a Tolkien YouTuber who exclusively does Tolkien content. Because in a game, in the field of video games, for example, you have thousands of different games or hundreds of different games coming out every year that you have to review, and basically publishers want some of the people to in the internet to talk about their game, to basically make it public that it exists and so on. So they are basically in competition with other publishers to get this time from those people, from those influencer people. And as a result, also the influence, or not even influencers, also press people, like for gaming magazines or whatever. And here it becomes a bit problematic, because sometimes, like, there were some cases in the past where a developer studio gets paid less because the review scores were not that good for their game. Maybe they were 1 point on average, or the Metacritic score was 1 point or 2% points too low. As a result, they didn't get their bonus. So having these reviews, having a good score and so on, there is like an actual economic interest behind, and it also can have severe consequences for example, development studios. As a result, there is a very big responsibility and also a big interest by publishers, developers, and so on to smooth the mood for the upcoming game. And that, of course, has some kind of conflict when you think about it, because if you see a review by somebody, you of course want that you don't feel like it was paid for the review score in advance, or that he's biased towards the game because the publisher, developer treated him really well and so on. And we know from studies and so on that even the temperature of your coffee, if you have to, for example, in university, if you have a student in an exam, like he has to do what is it called, giving like a lecture or something, you have to evaluate how good it was and so on, that even that can have an influence on the grade he's getting for his work. And that is even small things like this. And you can probably imagine that if you sponsor somebody a vacation somewhere, that this can become very problematic. However, in sense of the Tolkien cosmos, I think it's a bit more forgiving, in my opinion, because all channels, me and so on, we like Tolkien a lot. It's very rare that we criticize Tolkien for something. Usually we started the Tolkien channels all with the idea of sharing our passion towards it. And I don't know, am I somewhat like a book influencer because I'm telling people, hey, Unfinished Tales, it's a really good book, I really like it, I love reading it, there's so much cool stuff in it, hey, maybe have a read too. That's something, if people write in my comment section that, hey, I watched your videos and now I started reading the books myself, I started reading the Unfinished Tales, Lord of the Rings, the Hobbit, the Silmarillion, whatever, I'm really proud, I have to say. It's a really cool thing to say, if people started diving into the books because of my content and so on. So in a way, I'm also an influencer, but usually criticizing Tolkien or reviewing Tolkien is rarely a thing I do on my channel, to be honest. Because it's out for a long time, and it has already, how to say it, stood the test of time. Is that the English phrase for it? There is no, like, we wouldn't talk, if Tolkien's book weren't great, we wouldn't talk about them, to be honest, after so many years they're out already. And you're a book influencer, thank you. Yeah, exactly. And as a result, that is, let's say, it's as a result, our or a review or critique isn't that interesting, to be honest, because it was critiqued already. For sure, there are some. There's a topic, for example, we could look into. I always thought about looking into what some criticisms of Tolkien are and look at them and see if I would agree or not. That might be an interesting video for my channel, but it's also somewhat political, to be honest, because there are all kinds of different perceptions towards Tolkien's works from the past. And probably the reception changed a bit, especially with his books and works getting so popular, especially after the Peter Jackson films, I think. But if we go back into the 60s and 50s, if you potentially look into some of the criticisms of his work, they are completely different maybe from what we see today. Like Tom Shippey often talks about details like this, how, for example, critics see Tolkien, but also how from a more linguistic perspective, how you could perceive Tolkien as well and see what he's doing there, which is a perspective that a book critic would probably not have. And that's really interesting. So I don't see it as that big of a problem if, I don't know, some Tolkien channel goes to this event in Oxford and have a free vacation paid. It's not too unusual have a free vacation there and paid by Amazon. I think it's not too, because in a sense, most channels I know aren't known for their critique, for their review of Tolkien. I would agree, though. It would be different if there's a channel known for his review and known for his critique or critical reception of Tolkien. Then I think that would be a problem, because if for example, if somebody plans to do reviews on, for example, the upcoming show, then I think it could become a problem. It's different if you just, discuss the show, say, I liked the show, I didn't like the show. You could say that's also already a review, but if you go more into a professional reviewing perspective, then I think what you say, your question is, then the criticism that came up is definitely justified, because when you review something and you are invited there, then you have like a potential bias. If you really have a bias, it's hard to say, but there is a potential for bias, because you got invited and somebody paid for your trip, if that makes sense, to whatever place, and as a result, there is a conflict. So that leads us to the next question. If I would have been invited and had time to go there, would I have went there? Probably, because I'm not sure yet if I want to do like a critical reception, a review of when the Amazon show comes out. I have not decided yet if it is needed. Maybe I would like to do this, and from this perspective, I probably would have declined the offer right now. That doesn't mean that I would always, let's say I get invited in 3 years or something, maybe my stance is different. Maybe I say, the review videos I did back when season 1 came out didn't really do that well. Maybe I shouldn't focus too much on this, because it's not what people, my subscribers, the people that watch me, want to see. Maybe I drop this but however, if I would at least plan a review, I think I would not attend an event like this, to be honest. Even though I have to admit, I would have loved to see some of the other Tolkien YouTubers and meet them in person and so on. Would have been for sure awesome. But so far, I have to say, I probably most likely would have declined the offer, because I still want to have the option to make a review of the upcoming show and have it as unbiased as possible. I'm always biased. I'm always also influenced by the country I grew up, the environment I grew up, my family, and so on and so forth. There are a lot of components, but at least I'm not I'm biased by Amazon asking and me to pay me a trip or something. And as a result, to just leave this option of a critical reception of the upcoming show open for as potential content on my channel, I assume right now a decline if I would have gotten asked anyway. But yeah, but I didn't get asked, so I don't have the problem to do this. Negative reviews can. I guess in a good review, I would say you always try to analyze. At least that's my approach. I try to find both. I find to try the good things and the bad things, and then form my conclusion, my personal opinion on how I weight those. Because, like, what makes a good film? What makes a good book? What makes a good video game, and so on? That's a really tough to answer question if you think about it. Because some people like game X, and I dislike game X, but I like game Y, and other people hate game Y. For example, I don't know. A lot of people know that I'm into Dark Souls, and for example, a lot of even fans of the series dislike Dark Souls 2 a lot. I like Dark Souls 2 for wide variety of reasons. It's not my favorite Dark Souls, but it's also not my least favorite Dark Souls. And others, I might like Dark Souls 3 a bit less, even though I still think it's a really good game. The question comes down to details I value more than others, and some people might see this differently. As a result, I would argue that there's always like negative aspects, positive aspects, and it comes down to how you weight it. Also, welcome, Red Book. Nice to see you. Always awesome. Bias may occur due to fear of missing out. If someone is too critical, they may not get invited back. Yeah, that is also exactly. That's a really good point. Like, if you get invited to something like this and your review is very negative, then for sure you run into potential trouble that you get not invited next time. That's a really good point. That's exactly also a different aspect that I also try to cover here a bit with my explanation on how I see things. And as you can see, it's a really difficult topic. But I think every channel has to decide. But still, I would say inside the Tolkien cosmos, where the aspect of reviewing things in a serious, somewhat professional or semi-professional or serious way is not that present. Yeah, is not that present for some of the channels, I would say. I'm not sure which channels were invited. I know like 2 or so. I don't want to do any name calling or so. I still respect the people doing this, but I would still say these channels are also not that known for their critical analysis and critical reception of Tolkien's work. So in this case, like if you usually just try to explain people how the lore is and certain aspects of the lore are connected, and give maybe summaries of some things and try to give more context on how something Tolkien wrote is created, this is pretty much unaffected by Amazon and paying a vacation or so. Like, that has not much to do, because it's just very close to what Tolkien wrote or what is in the films or whatever. You know what I mean. And that is a problem. One user to rule them all. Hi, I don't have much time, but I hopped in to just say that I saw your last community post, and just don't worry about it. You're awesome. Thank you thank you for your nice words. Much appreciated. Even if you just had time to hopping in really fast. So I think are there follow-up questions? I think this was a pretty extensive answer already. So are there any follow-up questions? Did I forgot something? So that is definitely a thing. I'm even consider, before the show comes out, doing a video maybe explaining my current stance on this. And that's another thing I would like to discuss maybe in a later stream, also before the show comes out, how I should handle spoilers for the show. That is a thing I also thought a lot recently about. How, for example, I could, like, if you give a summary, in my opinion, on an episode, do you expect that it's by default spoilery, or should I do a short spoiler-free summary, a short spoiler-free opinion, and then maybe add a spoiler section where I go into all the detail? Like, You know what I mean? Something like this. We might have to discuss this in the future, probably not now, but stuff like this. I mean, the show comes up in 4 months, less than 4 months. It's kind of crazy how fast the time goes. And then we have to discuss like really a lot of details. Yeah, also Canadian Fantasy Corners also here. Welcome, man. Nice to see you too. Forgot to read a lot of names here that always come here to my streams, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, this is basically my opinion on the initial question. Sorry for those people who look more forward the I don't like spoiler-free reviews personally. Yeah, that is I know spoiler-free stuff is a bit unfortunate, but yeah, I personally also like the if you can go into detail and don't have to hold back, if that makes sense. You can just discuss every possible direction of an episode. I like this, to be honest, much more. But I can see that maybe a lot of new people are coming in, not book readers that probably don't know every sentence of the Silmarillion out of their mind and or by heart or whatever the English phrase is for this. You know what I mean? And for those people, it might be a bit too much if you just say, yeah, it's like in the books when this happens, and then it happens maybe like this or not in the series. So I have to find like a good formula for that. Maybe do 2 videos or so. I really have to think about it. Nice that you always find your way here, Canadian Fantasy Corner. It's always nice having you here during the stream and some active people in chat. Enjoy this a lot. So, okay, let's maybe... Yeah, I don't know. There was another thing that's more about organization, I guess, than any other stuff. Just very curious. Let me just see. Can I bring this up on screen? So, that's an interesting... that's an interesting stuff going on. Like, you probably some people know it or don't know it. I can bring it up on stream really fast. The question is, how do I do this? Like, bringing stuff up on screen really fast is always how to put it, difficult. So for people who don't know, I just recently uploaded part 3 of the Elrond video. Maybe we can also try to go a bit into the organizational side of things. And I recently started a little, somebody also answered in the comments already, started a little vote. And let me see how I can do this. Probably like this, probably the easiest way for me. I only have to remove this. Maybe it worked like this. So yeah, recently I got uploaded this video, Who is Elrond? It is the early Third Age, covering the disaster of the Gladden Fields and the aftermath of the War of the Last Alliance. And there's also part 1 and 2, of course, which are together almost, I don't know how many hours, 5, I think. So there's a lot of content. This is now 25 or something minutes long. It's much shorter. And there will be more parts for it. Just want to mention it here really quick. That yeah, I don't know. My first video got like 100,000 views of this, the second episode 50k, and this one is currently at 2.5k with the re-upload combined. It's maybe 3.5k or so. So view-wise, it's, let's say, a bit disappointing for my channel size. And I noticed this recently a lot on my channel, which worries me sometimes a bit. Like, for example, the 7 Rings of Power video also. Like, I at least hoped it would get a bit more popular than it actually got, and so on. Also, the next, though I understand it was a long break, the next film and book differences episode also didn't perform too well, to be honest. And that's like a trend currently on my channel, which is a bit worrying, to be honest. So I started today a little, what do you call it? A little a poll, exactly, like a little vote. Let me just see if I can bring this up here on screen easily. I think I can. Let me see. I just have to do the production really quick, which is sometimes a bit difficult. Have to just hold in for a moment. There it is. And this is I'm not sure if you can see will be able to see my mouse cursor, but yeah. So ask people maybe if you're interested in voting. I would much appreciate a little help here. So just make a little what do you say? It advertises a little bit. It's kind of interesting to see what people voted. Like, my question is, maybe people didn't get notified, because I read this a lot. So almost half the people got notified and had no issues finding the video, which is pretty good. However, 33% said they did not get notified. That's like a third. That's kind of a lot. And also 10% says too much Elrond content. I can understand, because there's like really a lot of Elrond content. But yeah, we are getting... Well, probably there will be 4 more episodes of Who is Elrond, so to complete this stuff, to finish it. But I could maybe put in some other content in between. Not interested in the topic, which I can also somewhat understand. Only 2% said that they think that the quality of my content is not good enough. That's definitely a fair thing. Maybe if you think that I could improve in some areas, please let me know. Like, how can I make my videos more appealing, more interesting for you, if you have some kind of criticism for this. But this is like very helpful for me to just figure out what can I do to improve. It can, of course, because outside it's getting warmer, people are maybe not sitting that much in front of their computer or tablet or wherever they watch it and watch Elrond or videos that are far too long. So I can definitely see this. I also had so far the year didn't start too well on my channel. I talked about the big drop on my channel from what's it called? November, I think it was started. I had a really like 80% drop in views all out of nowhere, which is kind of sad. But it recovered over time a bit. Still, I'm not back to the level of where I was before, which in my opinion is quite unfortunate. But if I can improve in details like these, then yeah, feel free to let me know maybe there are topics you want to see more on this channel, but it's kind of difficult. Yeah, some people also said, Rosie Gamji said it, I read her comment too, that some people didn't watch the stuff yet because simply they want to see the Elrond stuff, the other parts first, and they are just very long, I know, and you need quite some time to get to see those. That's definitely a problem. So let me maybe just browse a bit through the comment section here really quick. So I have less issues knowing what's exactly going on. I hear you, though, speaking as someone whose videos used to hit over 100 and have noticed them decline below 100. Fully understand your disappointment. The disappointment is, it sounds a bit arrogant in a way. I know there are a lot of smaller channels that would love to have my numbers, but when you put so much time and effort into your channel over time, and you get used to certain numbers and you have certain expectations simply, and yeah, it's the same. Like, if you usually hit 100 and suddenly you only hit, I don't know, 50 viewers, and think, what's going on? You know, is the content not that great anymore? That's definitely a thing I just want to cover here at the beginning before we can finally jump into actual Tolkien lore. Sorry for all the off-topic, basically. But yeah, it's kind of unreasonable. We need more Elrond content. I would agree on that, to be honest. I think the consequence of multi-part videos, a lot of people will see part 3, realize I haven't watched the first 2 parts and not bother watching it. Yeah, that's definitely, yeah, you always see a decline in views. The problem is my decline went from 100k to 50k to 3k. That is like a really massive decline, and still think it's a pretty decent video, so that as a result is a bit unfortunate, to be honest. But it's probably more interesting for people who also do the YouTube stuff, why stuff is going on and not working out. Like YouTube, sometimes view numbers are also pretty random on YouTube, I feel. I always got like a few months where I got weird drops by like 60-70%, and then they went up back to normal. I had months where I didn't upload anything, and suddenly my channel peaked and had like more views than ever before. Like I had this too. It goes in both directions. Like, but currently it feels like a trend that goes on a bit, and feels like my channel has a bit of a stagnation problem. That makes sense. But yeah, so maybe we pick up some lore questions from the beginning. But I hope I could answer this all these questions. Let's call it Oxford event question in detail. So Gaia writes a two-part question. I have a two-part question. Tolkien writes, maybe I can bring it on screen too. Let me just set up the production. Tolkien writes that some of the Dwarven Rings got consumed by dragons. Do you know when this happened, and are those dragons known? That's a pretty awesome question already. So I have already a pic. I chose for today like randomly a picture of the dwarf, because we need more dwarf content on this channel, I feel. And I always manage to somewhat get around the dwarf content. So let me see, I can for sure bring this up on screen, the question. Let me just get the production right for today. Okay, so here's a question by Gaia. Just want to, I hope he's still there. And so you can appreciate the answer, not appreciate, but hear the answer to this. That's an interesting question. I dived a bit into my my video about the 7 rings of the dwarves already, so I have to go a bit out of memory from what I told people there. Originally, I always thought that the destruction of these Dwarven Rings consumed by Dragonfire was due to the war of dwarves and dragons, because here we definitely know that the dragons had or that the dwarves had contact with dragons. It was, I think, Third Age, and let me think. Maybe I just look it up. It's easier. Yeah, 2570. So Third Age 2570 to Third Age 2589 to look up the number, and so that was a potential way how the rings were consumed. Let me just see 7 Rings of Power. Maybe pull up my script of the video. That's potentially far more helpful, I think. Just need to load a bit, but because I have the quotes in there. However, there are some parts of this that are not fully, that don't fully align, if that makes sense. First of all, we have the whole problematic, who owns or who has those 7 rings that were potentially destroyed. And the part that doesn't really align with the destruction of these rings is that we know, let me just see if I have a good artwork for this, probably not, but maybe I have. No, I need a film screenshot, I think. Oh, sorry, I'm just so many things currently going through my head, how I can visualize this a bit better. Yeah, maybe this works. Probably hard to see, but here you see Thorin Oakenshield's grandfather, Thror, on his throne, and he has multiple rings. One of those rings is the Ring of Durin, or one of the rings, 7 Rings of Power for sure. And interestingly, the problem with the War of Dwarves and Dragons is that this war was potentially, or mainly fought by Durin's folk, so by Thror's ancestors. As a result, or even Thror himself. Well, even though I'm not sure when he was born, to be honest, but it's not too much of a problem. So he though still has the ring. We know the dragons attacked the mountains, the like north of the mist of Erebor. There are the Grey Mountains. Let me just see. What map is this? Second Age doesn't help us. So let's see. So if you look on the map, Erebor would be here, and the Third Age here are the Grey Mountains, the Eret Mithrin, and here we see, of course, the interesting detail that, like the story is like this: Moria, round about here, has the Balrog incident, and the dwarves have to leave. So the next station for the dwarf, from when they have to flee from Khazad Dûm, from Moria, they go to the Grey Mountains, and Thror decides to go to Erebor, to the Lonely Mountain, and have his realm there. Not Thror, but I think it was Thror actually. However, the majority of Durin's folk decide to stay here in the Grey Mountains, so Thror also comes back there. And I think in this time, if I'm not completely mistaken, because the dwarves bring treasure there, and we know that the dragons are always interested in treasure. I think we talked about this last stream. Also, thank you for the membership, much appreciated. Let me finish my thought before I lose it again. So the majority of Durin's folk decide to stay here in the Grey Mountains, and then they hoard their treasures, and this draws in the dragons, and the dragons attack this place, and then a war against these dragons start at the time of 3rd Age 2570 to 2589, and this basically leads, interestingly, that some of the dwarves go. Let me just move the map a bit. Go further east and live in the Iron Hills, and Thror takes a big chunk also and goes where he was before, to Erebor. So this is basically the dwarven storyline here. What is interesting now is, if this is the place, this makes it difficult to, or this doesn't really align with multiple of the rings getting destroyed. Let me just see if I can find the quote really quick. Of course, something doesn't work. Okay, now I'm surprised that I don't fire. It's probably not. The phrasing is always, I can't remember it. Okay, 7 the dwarf kings possessed, but 3 he has recovered, and the others the dragons have consumed. Quote from the Lord of the Rings, Shadow of the Past, page 51 in the 50th anniversary edition, for example. So here we learn that if we do the math, there are 7 rings, 3 were recovered by Sauron, is the person who was mentioned here, that recovers the 3 rings, and the others dragons have consumed. So we know 4 have to be consumed, 3 has Sauron. Interestingly, this is though very late in the history of it already. Let me see if there's another one. Yeah, exactly. In the Appendix B, there's also the source for the War of the Dragons. About this time, dragons reappear in the far north and begin to afflict the dwarves. This is basically the conflict I'm describing here. And then in Appendix A, in Durin's Folk, the Durin's Folk section, page 1072, on the 50-year anniversary edition, it states, at last, Dain the First, however you want to pronounce him, together with Thror, his second son was slain at the doors of his hall by a great cold drake. I always thought cold drake, maybe it's a drake with an ice breath, but it just means a drake that does not spit fire or breathe fire. So there's that, because I'm an idiot. But I hope that is also Bilbo Baggins. Nice to see you among the philosophers. Awesome, thank you for your membership. Let me just see. And this is quite interesting, because Thror and Durin the First and so on and so forth, these are all Durin's folk people. But interestingly, even though Durin the First got slain there, and if I'm not completely mistaken, let me just see. Yeah, he died there. If I'm not completely mistaken, he's a king, right? Yeah, he's the king of Durin's folk at this time. And he is slain, and his son Thror also got slain. He has two more sons. Thror is a son of Durin the First, and Gror is a son of Durin the First. Interestingly. So, but he gets slain there. That is so interesting to me, by a dragon. You would think, okay, maybe there, when these dwarves get slain in the conflict there in the Grey Mountains, then maybe this is the point in time where the four rings of the dwarves get consumed. But interestingly, the ring of Durin the First does survive, because the ring of Durin the First is actually none other than the ring of Thror. It's the same ring. It did not get consumed. It survived. And also, if we look at the text further, let me just see, where did I just read it? It also says he was slain by a cold drake, so a drake that does not breathe fire. As a result, if these drakes that attacked the Misty Mountains, I always want to say, the Grey Mountains, then they can't be the reason why those rings were consumed. I always thought this myself, because it seems so parallel, you know what I mean? It seems so fitting, but if you look at the details, you notice it doesn't really line up too well. As a result, though, you could say, okay, now Chris comes with the big revelation where those rings might have been consumed. But sadly, there is none. I could not figure it out. There is, to my knowledge, not really many contenders for why those rings were consumed. Like, there's no mention. I really looked deep into the texts to find this out. I could not, maybe there is something and I overlooked it, but I could not find anything on this. So the answer to your question is, did we know when and what the circumstances were there? I have to admit, no, we don't know. I can, however, say that this one here, the maybe I can bring this also on screen. I just have to shamelessly override your question. Maybe I can. Oh, I'm smart. It's kind of funny though. But I can. It's just production things, in case people wonder why I'm smart and laugh at this statement. I can even give you. Let me just bring it completely up. Now we bring production levels here to new height, I would say. Here's a complete quote. So, this event, 2570, Third Age, about this time dragons reappear in the far north and begin to afflict the dwarves, can't be really the reason for the destruction of those rings. That's all we can say. Where exactly those rings get destroyed, I don't have a really good theory. But there's more to it, because if we, let me just see if I find it. If we look further into this, so there are 7 houses of the dwarves. And from the 7 houses, the only house we really know, you already have seen it, good that I can reuse the screenshot a lot of times. It's also, it's even the right screenshot, the right source. It's from the Unexpected Journey from the first Hobbit film. Is the house of Durin's folk. So Durin was the first, or was potentially the first dwarf that awoke, or is one of the 7 fathers of the dwarves. And his house are the Longbeards, also called Durin's folk. And Thror and Thorin Oakenshield are all descendants of Durin the First, of this father. That is his line, basically. And this is the only dwarven line we actually know much about, because Durin the First, well, he awoke not here, but he awoke actually during the First Age here in Gundabad, somewhere around here. I'm not sure if I hit the arrow yet. My control screen is pretty small, but it should be round about here in Gundabad. And then he went down and found this the poem with the Mirrormere Lake and so on. And then he founded Moria. He was alone. He had not a companion. So at least in some versions, in one version he had none. And he had to basically get companions from the other 6 houses of the dwarves and started to build his dwarven kingdom Moria, or Khazad-dûm as the dwarves call it. And Moria is the elvish name. It means black pit, interestingly. Some assume that it's maybe a later name, but I think that it's not. I always thought this myself, that maybe the elves, after the incident with the Balrog, called it Moria because it turned to a black pit or something like this. So it's a more fitting name. But it seems that's not the case. It was potentially always called Moria by the elves. Whatever. As a result, he is very central, and he had contact with the elves. And we talked about in the last video too, we talked about Pengoloth, for example. Pengoloth also lived in Moria for a time, and according to some sources, I think it's in the War of the Jewls book, learned even Khuzd-dûl, interestingly, there. Pengoloth, for people wondering, he's basically a historian. He notes what happened in history. He's a source for many things, but he focused more on language and development of languages and so on. It's kind of pretty Tolkien, to be honest. But for sure, he also noted, gave some hints about actual events. And Tolkien constructed his world that there are different sources. Maybe some are reliable, some are less reliable, and so on. At least to some degree, I would say. It's maybe not that Tolkien's potentially not that consequent with this all the time, but he really put some effort into it still. And this is a bit how we know some parts of the dwarves, but the texts that we have are always written from the perspective of written by Gondor, Numenor, or the elves. And if the elves, Numenor, or Gondor didn't write it down, then we simply don't know. We don't have a good dwarven source. Of course, there's also Bilbo Baggins later as a source, and Frodo and Merry and Pippin, who bring everything in this red book, you know, from The Lord of the Rings, the Red Book of Westmarch. And this is one of the big sources about the world, and everything is written from the perspective that Tolkien found this book, at least The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, found this book and translated it into modern English, and so on and so forth. So it's a really interesting detail of the writings of Tolkien. However, when anything is outside of these sources, suddenly things become very uncertain. From the Appendix A stuff, we sometimes have Gimli as a source, interestingly, about some dwarven details. But the dwarves are very, what do you call it, secretive, however it's pronounced. They don't bring much of their culture outside of the dwarven realms. As a result, elves and men don't know that much about them. Very little, to be honest, and they try to keep their language a secret, and so on and so forth. It's really interesting. However, to come to the next point, it's a really complex question, to be honest. Very difficult to answer, but I try my best. Let me just think. Is this the first Lotte film? Yes. Just have to find the right screenshot. Can only take an hour. Let me just think. 7 rings, I think I call this the picture. Yeah, we all know the scene from the beginning, from Lord of the Rings. Pretty awesome scene, always love it. Here we see the 7 dwarves holding up their rings of power, which they may be gotten from Sauron. And interestingly, if we look into the text, we also talk, like I said, if you haven't seen my the 7 Rings of Power video, I can just fully recommend, because I cover everything in that, but it's maybe I can elaborate a bit more here on it. Let me see. It's really difficult now to find the right quote. So the problem is we don't really know that 7 dwarves got 7 rings. What we can know from the Silmarillion, quote, "It is said that the foundation of each of the 7 hordes of the dwarf kings of old was a golden ring." So we know there are 7 hordes, but of the dwarf kings. But it doesn't say the 7 hordes of the 7 dwarf kings. It could be that one dwarf king has 2 hordes, maybe has 2 rings, you know what I mean? It's never really stated. However, we know from another source, and this source is the Peoples of Middle-earth. We know that there are several houses of the dwarves. Let me just see if I find it really quick. Maybe I don't find it. No, I don't find it. As I could have read this to you. No, I don't have the quote here in my quote list. Interesting. Let me see. There are 7 houses of the dwarves according to the book The Peoples of Middle-earth. That's the only source for it. Let me just go through the names really quick. I'm actually surprised that I didn't include this quote. Strange. However, these are the Firebeards, the Broadbeams. Then we have the Iron Fists, the Stiffbeards. We have the Blacklocks and the Stonefoots. The Firebeards, the House of the Firebeards, and the House of the Broadbeams are from the Blue Mountains. If you wonder where the Blue Mountains are, let me just go to the map really quick. So here's Khazad-dûm in the middle. And the Blue Mountains, well, I have to move a bit further as the arrow doesn't fit. The Blue Mountains are these here, the leftovers from the First Age Blue Mountains. So here in the east, if we look into the texts about the Blue Mountains, after the First Age, like in the First Age, here are 2 very big kingdoms in the Blue Mountains. That are, wait, I have a First Age map, there should the name be available for it, with Beleriand stuff. Might be really helpful. Just have to make it a bit bigger maybe so you can read it. Here's the First Age map. And you see basically here where the arrow is currently, on the First Age there was a land where now water is tacked onto it, which was called Beleriand. And not much is left of Beleriand. But yeah, this is now the First Age map. Shoutouts to my mod Kirdan who made this. And here you see Belegost and Norgrod. That were the two big dwarven kingdoms of the First Age from the of the dwarves from the First Age. And these potentially were, there are 2 kingdoms, and we know that in the Blue Mountains there were 2 dwarven houses, the Firebeards and the Broadbeams. So it's very likely that these are the kingdoms of those 2. Now I could say, okay, maybe they got the ring. The problem with this is now, if we jump 6,000 years in time in the future, more than 6,000 years, 7,000 almost, in the future, you see that Belegost and Norgrod are gone. They're not there anymore. And every mention hints at that the Blue Mountains are abandoned at this time. That doesn't mean that the House of the Firebeards and Broadbeams are gone, but if we look carefully into the texts, it seems like they maybe also moved to Moria or other dwarven kingdoms. But it seems like the dwarves abandoned the Blue Mountains. And we know that, for example, Thror and especially Thorin Oakenshield lived in the Blue Mountains again for some time, and he said, yeah, the halls are nothing in comparison, and it's very poor everything there, and so on. That would be different if there would be flourishing dwarven houses there still holding up the dwarven flag of ancient times. That seems not to be the case. We can also find in the Third Age Arvedui, the last king of the Arnor leftover kingdom Arthedain, also hid there, and it's basically hidden dwarven mines were hid, but it's not like there were dwarves and that helped him or he could make contact to the dwarves. It's really every note you find about the Blue Mountains makes them pretty abandoned as a result. And that is, in my opinion, quite interesting, because that seems to be that the Iron Fists and the Firebeards and Broadbeams simply not living in the Blue Mountains anymore. However, the problem is, if we now go to the Second Age map, which I also have available, looks pretty similar to be honest. If we go to the Second Age map, we notice that, it's the same. The only place where these kingdoms seem to have mattered was in the First Age, this map here. But in the First Age, the Rings of Power did not exist. You see the problem here? Like, and as a result, we don't really know who exactly got these Rings of Power. We know Dwarf Kings got the Rings of Power, and that it is said each Dwarf Horde, or each ring is a foundation of one of the 7 Dwarf Hordes. But where those are exactly, we sadly don't know. Like, it's a big mystery, which is really, really hard to uncover here in the Second Age. So my theory is, like, it can't be, as a result, it can't be the Firebeards and the Broadbeams. It can't be their rings. Maybe they are among the rings that Sauron recovered somehow. Who knows how this happened exactly. Then we have 4 other clans. The Iron Fists, the Stiffbeards, the Blacklocks, and the Stonefoots. And the Iron Fist and Stiffbeards are in one unknown place in the east, and the Blacklocks and Stonefoots are also somewhere in the east. So the east is... So let's take Moria as reference point again, which is here. Second Age map here. So we know somewhere here are the Iron Hills, maybe. Potentially there they lived. We know if we go even further, so if we go post-Rune, we know that there is the Orokarni, the Red Mountains, in the very far east somewhere. Difficult to... like... It's very unknown what exactly is. The distances are messy and so on. Ask my mod when it comes to all of this. It's really complicated. However, maybe here in the Red Mountains there also live dwarves. Maybe not. I can't tell you. We don't have really good information on this. It's just pure speculation by my side. And I think the only good explanation is because this is, in my opinion, the biggest unknown. Everything could have happened here. Like, somewhere here were also dragons with fire this time, and here the dragons destroyed the rings. That's my only explanation I have. But we don't even know who exactly are the kings of the Blacklocks, of the Stonefoots, of the Iron Fists, of the Stiff. We don't know anything about those. We just know their names of the houses, but we don't know anybody from it. From the Firebeards and Broadbeams, we also know extremely little. The only thing we know about those is there was one dwarf somewhere in the distant past called Azakal or Azachal. Not sure how it's pronounced. It's difficult. The pronunciation of his name is a difficult topic. Let me see if I find a good artwork. I think Jenny Dolphin... No, does he? Do I have a? I'm not sure if I have access to this artwork. I know there's an artwork of Azachal, maybe by Jenny Dolphin. I'm not sure. Just have to double check. Let me just see. I'm right. There we have. And he was a guy basically fighting with a Glaurung, and I think he also stabbed him in his foot, but was killed, and then the dwarves took his body and just went off with it from the battlefield, and so on. So, there's this... Oh, I have the wrong artist here. That is by Jenny Dolphin, of course. Shoutouts to her. The other artist had higher priority in my list. Jenny Dolphin. Sorry for the confusion here. It's him. He could be one of the... I assume he's not a Firebeard. He's maybe a Broadbeam, because a fire... Like, he could also be a Firebeard. Like, but in this interpretation of the dwarf, he might not be of the Firebeards, but of the Broadbeams, because his beard doesn't look like... It's not red. It's not a red beard. So I would assume the Firebeards have potentially red beards, but who knows? I think there's no indication which beard color Azarhal had in the Silmarillion. He appears in the Silmarillion in case people are curious. So yeah, this was a very long answer, but it's a very interesting topic that fascinates me, and I'm planning a video on the complete dwarf history at some point. So I did some research in the past and can talk quite a lot about this topic, as I just noticed, completely ignoring the chat while I'm observed, distracted by trying to tell you the story here. I hope it was not too uninteresting for you people, but the point is, sadly, that we know so very, very little about these other dwarf clans that might have gotten these other rings, that I can't really make a really definitive answer. I think nobody can. That's the unfortunate thing. I would love to know, and I always thought, I think I even said it in some videos, that here in the Grey Mountains, the conflict of dwarves and dragons, that seems to be a very good, maybe some other dwarf kings were there in the Misty Mountains as well for whatever reason, and lived there. But further analysis definitely led me to the belief that this can't be really the case. What am I just moving here? So we also know that one of the children of, I think it was Gror, he went to the Iron Hills. So we know that in the Iron Hills also a lord of Durin's folk is, maybe he's not a king then, just a lord, maybe, but it's never really mentioned that he serves a dwarven king, maybe of one of the eastern dwarf houses or so. I don't know. It's really complicated and mysterious, I would say. We know so little about the other dwarven clans. It's really fascinating. Wither Workshop made a map or two that also showed the Orokarni. Yeah, exactly. I think the nature... I'm not an expert on Tolkien geography, I have to admit. I have to ask my moderator Kierdan, he knows this better. But I think there was some new information about the distances, how far the Orokarni could be away from the Sea of Rune and so on, and from the Misty Mountains, how long these the elven great journey routes were and so on. I think you can make some stuff out of it. Since this map is edited by my moderator, who knows quite a bit about this topic of geography in Middle-earth. I wouldn't say it's 100% precise, but it's, I would say, pretty good. But I don't want to call him out when he's not there. He maybe could comment much more about it. Yeah, exactly. In the movies, Nenya with Sapphire always looked better to me. Oh, you're talking about the Elven Rings. Yeah. There, of course, the Elven Rings, and for the Elven Rings, this story is much clearer because it is Elven lore now. And for Elven lore, we have Elven sources. And Elven sources, of course, let us know where stuff was at what point. So here, finding out what exactly happened to these Rings of Power. Let me just see if I can bring you the screenshot of it. 3 rings, maybe that works. Yeah, here we have the movie screenshot from the first Lord of the Rings film, from Fellowship of the Ring, by Peter Jackson and his crew. And yeah, here we see the 3 rings. The red one is Narya. That's the ring that Gandalf later has. Originally, Gil-galad got this ring, and he gave it to Círdan at some point. Maybe directly, maybe later, hard to say. There are different sources on the exact, or different versions that Tolkien wrote when he got. But we know for a fact, it's mentioned in Lord of the Rings, that Círdan, the shipwright, at some point, not my moderator, but the Círdan from the books, had Narya at one point and gave it to Gandalf. Gandalf appeared in Middle-earth, 3rd Age 1000, roundabout. Same time when the Hobbits first appeared in the records of history by the elves and men, interestingly. Then there is, of course, Vilya. That is the Ring of Air. The Narya is the Ring of Fire. I think it makes sense to depict it red. I think there is a description in the Silmarillion about the ring colors. I would have to search for an hour to find it now. Not sure if this is really wished or not. me just see. Of course, I don't have my book stuff here open. That's bad. I could try to find it in the background. However, yeah, that is the Ring of Air. According to the Unfinished Tales, I think it's the most powerful of the rings. And that is a ring that Gil-galad kept and later gave to Elrond. And then we have Nenya, that's Galadriel's ring, the Ring of Water. Let me see. No, that must be wrong. I think I found the passage though. Now these were the three that had last been made, and they possessed the greatest powers. Narya, Nenya, and Vilya. They were named the Ring of Fire, that's Narya, and of Water, and of Air. Set with a ruby, so that is the Ring of Fire. Now I lost the line. Where was I? Ruby, fire, set with a ruby, and adamant, and sapphire. So the adamant one is Nenya, the sapphire one is Vilya, the Ring of Air, that is Elrond's ring. Galadriel's one has adamant. Interestingly, we just look some stuff up. Oh, it's fictive stuff. Interesting. So yeah, the depiction kind of makes sense here. I think they definitely looked into the Silmarillion to come up with this. Not sure what the initial question was on the rings though. So yeah, maybe I can now move my chat back to where it was before, so I can keep a better eye on this. Yeah, that was a really long excursion into the rings of the dwarves and now the rings of the other stuff. I love how detailed this explanation is. Yeah, I put a lot of research into this. That's why I'm also a bit sad that I really hope that my 7 Rings of Power video would really kick view-wise through the roof. But it had decent reviews, to be honest, but really a lot of rereading very small half sentences went into this video, and I still know it very well because I did it. I can't remember all the stuff. Where is that map from? The map, this one here, or let me see, is this a second age map? Yeah, the second age map. Amazon, for promotion of the show, and I'm very thankful for this map, made this map here. The map is drawn, I think, by I always not sure how to pronounce his name, John Howe. I think he's pronounced. He was also with Alan Lee together, an artist that did the conceptual artwork for Peter Jackson's films. I think Adam Lee and John Howe also work on the Rings of Power show, right? If I'm not mistaken. Not 100% sure. Interestingly, Ted Nasmith was also asked, and if you look at some scenes and Ted Nasmith's artwork, you definitely see parallels, but he had to decline due to various reasons, which I don't know. At this time, when Peter Jackson asked for him to become also one of the illustrators for the show. Very unfortunate for him. I think in retrospect, he always there was some interviews with him where he tells a story, and he always said it's really one of the most unfortunate things in his life that he could not be part of these films. But he still kind of is, because some of his artworks and some of the shots from the films are 100% Ted Nasmith. Like, there can't be two opinions on it. Interesting topic, maybe. Also for potential for other stuff. But yeah, Amazon, I assume, asked John Howe to make this map, and I use it because it's a map in a really high resolution, and it seems promotional material, so I can use it in my videos. I'm very happy to have like a really awesome map. And then my moderator, Kirdan, aka Mordo, made this map, like modified the map for the other ages, and just used the set pieces and put a lot of effort into these maps, and he allowed me to use his map edits in my thing. So I have a map for the second age, third age, and first age. It is insanely helpful to have those, I have to admit. They're of course not 100% precise because there are some problems here and there with the different ages and how the map looks at what age, but roundabout, it's pretty nice to have the stuff. And yeah, he also did a lot of research into this Orokani stuff here in the east, and I think he added this to the map. That's why it's there, in case people wonder. Pretty awesome stuff though. I feel like I also talked for 2 hours already. How long am I streaming? 1.5 hours, awesome. And I answered exactly 1 or 2 lore questions. Isn't that awesome? It's going perfectly fine today. But I hope you still I hope this answers your question, though it might have been a very long one. Oh, Gaia also wrote, we always assume the blue wizards were together all the time. I would think they split up and traveled in different regions, perhaps to locations south that Tolkien never described in the maps. Of course, that's possible, but like if you read the introduction, it seems like they are very good friends and maybe walk around together. We also have a fantastic Ted Nesmith artwork, which I would love to pull in right now, because it's one of my favorite Ted Nesmith artworks, I have to admit. I just have to find them. There it is. Now, it's really fantastic. Ted Nesmith's really good at drawing mountains, I have to admit. But I really like that. Pretty awesome. But you are right, they could have also split up. I also made like a longer explanation that there's only one source claiming that the blue wizards went to the south, and that's a letter, and all the other sources, they only go to the east, and the name East Helper, at least of one of the wizards, suggests that he was mostly in the east active. Could have gotten to the south, but I think that is just speculation or interpretation or just taking one source. Fantastic answer to my questions. Awesome. I mean, it's a bit unsatisfying, to be honest, because you know what I mean. You're doing great. Awesome to hear. Let me just... one moment. I have to mute myself for a moment. I really need to sneeze. Excuse me. Okay, Konstantin Eckert writes, felt a bit down after seeing my poll. Don't have to feel down. Like, YouTube is always like an up and down when it comes to views and stuff. So I just need to evaluate. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe there is a technical issue where people don't get notified. Stuff like this. I just really want to figure this out. But the feedback on my videos usually is extremely positive, and I rarely hear, like, somebody sometimes mentions that this detail you mentioned there in this half sentence is maybe not 100% precise, and then I say, yeah, I agree, or yeah, there's this reason for it. But usually I get very little complaints about what I say, or about the correctness of the information, or how I present, or the editing. I never get comments on editing, so I assume it seems fine. And yeah, I don't know. It's just, probably it will get better at some point. Like, I had worse views than now, and I had much better than now, and sometimes it feels like I have not really much influence over this. Maybe it's just bad luck. I don't know. I hope the show will maybe boost the channel a bit. Looking forward to this, though. It's extremely positive because you make extremely good videos. Thank you, much appreciated. I have to admit, especially the Elrond videos are really, it's really work I'm quite happy with how they turned out. I know, though, they are really long. The answer is shorter clips with clickbait titles. Dirty but true. Yeah, sadly, Bilbo Baggins is right. How I basically operate my channel is... It's actually a miracle that I got this far, because I do everything against the playbook of how to do YouTube stuff. It's like, usually on YouTube you have to do shorter videos. You have... And maybe play the classic... Like, you have to select good topics that are very interesting for a lot of people, that people click on. It does not necessarily have to be like a clickbaity title. And sometimes my titles are a bit clickbaity, if that makes sense. But I guess it's not a good idea to work like half a year or a year on 7 hours of Elrond video with a 100 pages long script for it. That makes no sense on YouTube, but I often get kind of away with that, and that is what I like. I never expect to blow up like some other channels like Nerd of the Rings or so did, because like then you really need to release a video every week. But if I go in this detail and research as I'm currently doing it now, and trying to balance everything out, then it becomes really, really difficult for me to pump out a video every week. If I would do like let's say 10 to 12, 15 minute videos on very common knowledge topics, I could for sure make a video every week. That would not be the problem, I guess. Maybe it would be smarter, but I couldn't. Like, if you look at my rings of the 7 Rings of Power video, for example, it's I don't know, 35 minutes long. If you look other channels, 7 Rings of Power videos, they are like 8 minutes or so, if in comparison. So I really went into a lot of detail, and this detail simply takes a lot of time to just find out structure and put a lot of stuff on my video about the writing systems. I know language stuff and so on is usually not that popular, so it's a bit more niche, but the research for this is really extensive, and I don't know, a lot of thought and research went into these sections, into these videos, and yeah, it's then not possible to make them as fast. Just editing the Quenya stuff was like, I wouldn't say a nightmare, but it was really complicated, because I have to write it in Quenya in my editing program, and just getting this to work is kind of difficult. Yeah, TikTok style lore videos. To be honest, I really thought about making like something like this, like getting a TikTok account and like make very short fact of the day Tolkien lore fact of the day videos or something like this. Very short ones. I'm not sure if that's a smart idea to do, but sometimes you need to experiment with content a bit, I guess. I also noticed, for example, my gaming channel. Like, I have so much trouble finding time to fill the gaming content with decent with decent content. Quite difficult. However, my last video about a certain optional and very difficult boss of Elden Ring does very well currently. Very happy about this. Was also a lot of work to make this video. My first video in 4K 60 FPS, by the way. The footage for this video was 300 gigabytes, by the way. It was just ridiculous. I don't know, like 4K 60 FPS videos, video production, if you have actual footage and so on, it's just insanely big. The language stuff was awesome. I know that not many do this, and I know that some people really enjoy those, and I enjoy making those too. I think it's kind of, what do you call it? Something my channel is known for, maybe, to do the language stuff, so I try to cover this. I also have some interesting ideas for the future, what one could do. But yeah, currently I have too many projects to... I'm booked until the show is out. Also thank you for all the nice words. That people enjoy the content here on my channel. That's a good question. Will you covering the One Ring RPG? You mean the tabletop RPG? Or is there another project? I might cover the Gollum game when it comes out. I potentially cover the Lord of the Rings stuff here on this channel, even the gaming stuff, I guess. Gandalf the White. No, Amazon has not contacted me to promote their show. So I just have a natural interest. Something new Tolkien related comes out. I'm interested in looking into it, and due to making having like a decent knowledge of the Tolkien universe, I simply feel like, yeah, that could be interesting content for a lot of people, so I would like to do a comparison. Also, where is the super chat? I would love to throw some money at you. I have it deactivated. We talked about this in the past streams too. Because, I don't know, to me, the concept of super chat feels strange. That people can throw, like, I wouldn't say an unlimited, but a very big amount of money at you just for, like, a comment or so. You can just comment, I can read your comment anyway. I wouldn't say... I know that it's an interesting way to support. Currently, I just offer 3 tiers of channel membership... Can't say the word. Membership of this channel. And that's it. Maybe I activate it at some point. I don't know. It's strange. The Wrong Ring is the tabletop thing. I have heard of it. I have not looked into it, but it might be interesting to do so. But no promise, though. I know, though, the One Ring tabletop RPG exists. But, yeah. Can't comment really on it. Never tried it out, but I heard it has a very interesting system. The depth of knowledge that we get from your channel is the reason for uniqueness of your channel, and I love your channel for it, but I think a bit more content would help your channel. Yeah, that is true. Like, the problem is, for me, always finding the balance between quality and quantity. Like, usually I really like diving, like, for example, the Elrond stuff. It started in my mind as maybe a 1.5 hour video at most, and then it ended up as a 7-hour video or something like this, which I'm still working on. It's yeah, I don't know. I'm sometimes really bad with finding this. You should have a merch store. I would totally buy recordings on Deep Dive Tolkien Scholarship. Now we have to maybe look into this at some point, I guess, if my channel grows a bit more. There are multiple things. People often also ask me if I have Patreon or so. But currently the only ways, if you want to support me financially, are the channel membership. You could drop your free subscription. If you have Amazon Prime by chance, you can connect your Twitch account and then leave a Prime sub on Twitch. Then Amazon basically pays me and not you. Or you can also subscribe to the Twitch channel. Also helps. With the new bot I have, in theory, over Streamlabs, they also have like a donation page, but I don't have set it up right now. So in theory, my dream, in my how to say it, like in an ideal world, I simply I upload a video. There's an ad at the beginning and at the end, and if it's very long, maybe in the middle on my channel. And people just, maybe if they watch the ad at the end or whatever. I know sometimes ads are very annoying. You only have to watch 30 seconds, by the way. And then it counts as an impression. And the content is completely free. There's no begging for subscribers or whatever. There's no donation, whatever. It's just free content, everything works. I have nothing to do with the ads you see. I can only say how many ads you see inside one video. That's, my opinion, a very good deal. If you don't want to see ads, you have the option to use AdBlock or get YouTube Premium or whatever it's called. Chris, I think you have to hate my question. Sorry, you posted one of the first people that posted here in the chat. So, we go to your question next. Maybe you can repost it one last time. I'll just look for your question really quick. in chat. We definitely should go into your lore question. Sorry for that. Yeah, Canadian Fantasy Corner has a YouTube channel. That was. Okay, that is the glittering cave question, right? Okay. Okay, you potentially, yeah. You in case people wonder why you got a timeout there, the bot timeouted you because you missed a space bit after a dot, and then he saw your comment as and then it saw your Hobbit your comment as link, and then it timed you out. Sorry for that. You did nothing wrong. Don't worry. So let's go to the question though. I just also was confused. What was going on there? The question. Okay, we have the question: how many entrances are there to Rivendell? Right? You also asked about the glittering caves. I saw this too. But let me talk about Rivendell for a moment. Rivendell is awesome, as we all know, and it's always good to talk. Maybe I put it a bit more in the middle to not trigger people. Okay, so let me just see if I have a good Rivendell screenshot. I for sure have somewhere. And entrances of Rivendell. That's a really good question, to be honest. Sadly, there is the Atlas of Middle-earth, and by Karen Wynne Fonstedt, and she did like some amazing research with the resources she had available during her lifetime and during her time, and I'm not sure. There's like very few mistakes, and the mistakes, let's say it's only mistake from the perspective that she didn't have access to the resources. So this is Rivendell, and I can't show you the map from the book, unfortunately, because of copyright reasons. And yeah, just if you have the Atlas of Middle-earth, you can look into it. So maybe let me just try in the background. Oh, that's the first age map. That is not good. If I manage to zoom in, like a lot. I'm not sure how much I can zoom in though. There are limits to the zooming here. So here on this map we have Imladris. And we see there is the river Bruinen. We know from the scene with Frodo where the river comes and what do you call it? Washes away the Nazgul. If we look here, we have here Amon Sul, and here in the background we have Bree. And along this we have a pass. This is the East Road, and it goes to Rivendell, interestingly. And if we follow it further, we notice here on the backside is another road, and it continues. And it goes through the through Rovanion and through this through Greenwood the Great, or as it's later called Mirkwood. And it continues there. And then we get close to the river, and this goes up to Lake Town and Dale and Erebor, basically where it started. So there is a good connection from there. So what Rivendell has is it has I think it's called High Pass. There's an Elvish word for it. I forgot maybe somebody in chat knows out of his head the Elvish name for the High Pass. Maybe I can look it up. But yeah, there's the so-called High Pass. That is one exit of Rivendell. Then of course there is the fort and the bridges. Let me see, what was the name? Yeah, Pass of Imladris, it seems also called. It is called Kiris Forn en Andras. Something like this. But yeah, I know it as a high pass. I think that's also what it's called in the book. And this is the other, basically the exit of the other side. So there's the front entrance basically to Rivendell, which goes here. Here is the bridge after the troll shores. Here I think it's a bridge where Glorfindel left his elven thing, and I think Aragorn finds it or so. Or was it here? I'm not sure. Then fly to the fort. And then here's the other river. It protects Rivendell. And yeah, this is then the, basically, let's call it main entrance, at least from this side. And then on the back side, you could also leave Rivendell over the high pass, the pass of Rivendell. And goes to this road here. And this is close to the Carrock that is here, with where the eagles landed with the others in the films. I probably would be too hard to find the screenshot for this. And we'll leave. So basically, these are the two exits and entrances, or two entrances to Rivendell, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if there's another one. Maybe I forgot something, but no, that should be all there is. And Rivendell has a really good position because it guards this high pass to some degrees, because it has access to the Misty Mountains from here, and also this road here, which also goes like a really, really long way through Eriador and connects everything. Then the next question was, who ruled the glittering caves after Gimli? I have to admit, I'm not 100% sure if I know this out of my head, to be honest. I only know that Doin II, so Doin Ironfoot, becomes king in Erebor at some point, and one of his ancestors is Durin VII, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not sure what's going up with the caves after his departure. I would have to read this up. My research currently is so focused on Third Age, Second Age, First Age that the Fourth Age stuff is very, very vague in my mind. Maybe somebody in chat knows this. Yeah, that is an interesting point. That Thorin and company do not seem to have crossed the fort of Bruinen. The reason for that, like that exactly, there might be another. That's an interesting thing. I assume because this particular place wasn't fleshed out that well. You have to think that The Hobbit was written in the 1930s, and Imladris was then basically created for this, but everything was, and Elrond was basically lent as a character from his older writings that should later become the Silmarillion, and in parts, or developed into this. And I assume Tolkien did some, try to fit this better into this world, because originally the Hobbit was planned to be part of his, let's call it Lord of the Rings universe, though or Silmarillion universe, and then he just distanced himself because it wasn't far enough developed yet, and then only with the second edition he put the Hobbit back into this Silmarillion Lord of the Rings universe, so it became part of it. And I assume in this process of fitting everything together, maybe a few things were kind of lost, like Thorin and company crossing the fort of Bruinen. I think that's really not mentioned in The Hobbit. You're right. Yeah, that is interesting. After the films, I always wondered how the armies of Lindon and Arnor could stay in such a small place as Imladris for years before the War of the Last Alliance. So if we go back here, like if we look at the Atlas of Middle-earth, you definitely notice that Imladris is not that big. It has one big house, maybe there's a little smithy, I think you call it. And maybe there's some other buildings, I guess, but overall it should not be that big. it doesn't look like big enough for huge armies to camp for definitely years, as you say. It's really a bit strange, but I guess it's simply that Tolkien does not describe so much of Imladris. Maybe if you look at this delta here of this map, it definitely, like, I had a little revelation recently when I did my last video, the Elrond Part 3 video. And that is that, for one, let's jump back here. Here's the Anduin, and east of the Anduin, Isildur went up here. And the disaster of the Gladden Fields happened around about here. What you have, if you look at the scope of this map, to keep in mind that from this, where the arrow now is, like round about here, to this river, that is round about 30 kilometers, or I don't know, what was it in miles? It's 7 leagues. And I think 1 league is 3 miles or something. 7 leagues would be 21 miles, something like this. I forgot the exact numbers. I'm really bad memorizing numbers. So you have to consider, if this is by scale correct, where Imladris is here, that from here to the mountains, you have like 50 kilometers or something. Like that's a huge distance, you know. It's quite a bit. And yeah, it's I assume we maybe underestimate the size of Imladris and the space around or behind Imladris a little bit. Maybe. It's really hard to say, I agree. Let me just check something else. Glittering caves. We had still the question. Let me see if I can find some quotes on this. Okay, that might be difficult to find in the... What is going on with my thing here? Sorry, I'm a bit confused currently. That is, I tried to find out the Lord of the Rings stuff really quick. The Glittering Cave stuff. There is, I think, in Appendix A, there is of Durin's Folk. And there's... There's a mention of it. I forgot how it was worded. Nope. It's really hard. I would have to reread the section again. I can't really tell you out of my head how it was. Of course. When you don't have time to look through everything in detail, then the search function seems to not work. Let me just see, where does it start? Here. Let's see, House of let's Durin's Folk. He became Lord of the Glittering Caves. That's the complete last section, I assume. He and his people did great works in Gondor and Rohan. For Minas Tirith they forged gates of Mithril and steel to replace those broken by the Witch King. Legolas, his friend, also brought South elves out of Greenwood, and they dwelt in Ithilien, and it became once again the fairest country in all the Westlands. Okay, I hope there would be more information on the Glittering Caves endeavor here. Gimli brought south a part of dwarf folk of Erebor, and he became Lord of the Glittering Caves. I think that's all there is mentioned here. That kind of wonders me, to be honest. Not sure if in Peoples of Middle-earth is maybe more about this. Like on the Tolkien Gateway page, it says that it became one of the most important realms of the dwarves at the beginning of the Fourth Age, but I could not. And they, as a source, they claim it's written in Appendix A, Durin's Folk, but I really don't see this mentioned here in any shape or form. Legolas took Gloin's son with him because of the great friendship greater than that of... It's true that the dwarf should be willing to leave Middle-earth and love. I think it's not mentioned here. Nope. Only that, the other stuff. So, yeah, sadly, I can't really tell you much more about this detail. Yeah, I think Tolkien uses 3 miles exactly. I don't know exactly the numbers. Like I said, my number memory is not that good. I can memorize a lot of names, but when it comes to numbers, if it's 3.5, I think, though Otaku is right, it's 3 miles. It's round. It doesn't make too much of it. Of course, it makes a difference, but the point still stands that behind Imladris there's simply a lot of space. Thank you so much, Chris. I have learned so much about Tolkien lore from your channel alone. I had no idea of the depths. Been trying to catch up. Yeah, that is definitely a lot. I'm always surprised. I'm doing this for, I don't know, 4 years. I think my channel turns in June 9 years old, even though I only do Tolkien content since 2017, since March. So 5 years, now I have the correct number calculated in my head. And yeah, I'm still surprised. I have topics for the next 10 years easily. So it's just fascinating. There's so much stuff. Now, it's really hard to imagine how Imladris exactly is built. Is there like, we only know there's a smithy, we know there's Elrond's last homely house, and so on, and not much else beyond that. Also need to drink something. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it makes no sense for a book to tell us about the outskirts of a fortress. It's not developing the story to tell you about the farms and need to make it work. Yeah, exactly. I mean, maybe some fantasy writers do this. Tolkien, I guess if you look at, it's not like Tolkien didn't make these thoughts about supply and stuff himself. There are some texts even, for example, how the dwarves got food, for example. In the Peoples of Middle-earth, there's a section called of Dwarves and Men, and it's about how the dwarves here in this region, probably around Khazad-dûm and Moria, got food, and they here in the First Age in this region here around Rhovanion, there were the Norsemen, and they basically traded with the dwarves, and the dwarves basically taught them or gave them metal tools because they were good at metal making, and the Edain, the Norsemen, the early Edain of the House of Marach that were in this region, depends on the version, I think, of if it's the House of Marach, but for me that makes the most sense. They were tamer of beasts, you could say. They had like had shepherds and had cattle and whatever. They had animals and could just deliver food and what you call it, animal skins, furs, and so on. Everything the dwarves would need that is not made out of metal, they could have gotten from the Norsemen. So Tolkien had these thoughts, and if you look at the position and how he positioned things, you definitely notice, okay, he put some thought into it that the dwarves or elves or whoever can get supplies to build their stuff and so on. It kind of makes sense, but it's not like it's described in a lot of detail. You have to look for it, and you notice, yeah, he made some thoughts about this, but it was not his focus. Thanks. Google say it depends on the type of league. Yeah, it's probably, there are different types. We can be so happy that we live in a time where we basically, if an American person from the United States tells me about a mile, I round about know how many kilometers that are. I think 1.6, or was it 1.8? Well, in a normal person that is not bad with numbers as I am knows. Let's put it that way. But yeah, and I know how much a kilometer is, and most people also use the metric system, which I personally like a lot. Yeah, it's 1.609 kilometers. Something like this. Yeah, in the movies it seems kind of small. We have the screenshot. The screenshot maybe still up. Yeah, here it is. Good old Rivendell. I hope it's from this film, not from the Hobbit film, but I think it should be from the first Lord of the Rings film. Yeah, also Tolkien wrote the books like an eyewitness account. The eyewitness would always assume the reader knows the common working of time. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Also, no, I skipped a lot of questions today. So maybe we have to, if there are some questions, maybe I'm up for a question again. So if somebody has still something that he wants to know. Oh, Bilbo Baggins had a question. If you have time for another question, I was curious if you have any info of the lore behind Nienna. I'm curious if there are notes from Tolkien on her. Okay, that's a good question. Also, of course, one of the perks is that I prioritize members, so we can fulfill this here, or honor this promise here. Something like this. Okay, question. Yes, please, thank you. Okay, awesome. I have to admit that most of the Valar have very little information about them. And as a result, the little information we have is often widely spread in the books. You have a half sentence here and there. We know about Nienna, for example, that Gandalf was a Maya of Nienna for some time and learned pity and mercy from her. So she was considered very wise. We know that Nienna is the sister of, if I'm not mistaken, of Irmo and Mandos, right? And they had also a certain name. What were they called? Maybe I should look at Nienna's page directly. There's a name for those, because they are associated with the spirit stuff. Forgot what the name was. Don't see it here in this article. Maybe somebody in chat knows. There are different groups among the Valar, and she is part of a specific group, and they are associated with spirit stuff. But I forgot the name. I don't see it here. She's also one of the Aratar, so she is considered one of the most powerful of the Valar. That are Manwë, Varda, Ulmo, Yavanna, Aule, Mandos, Nienna, and Oromir that are part of the Aratar. But I can't tell you what the name. Maybe somebody wrote it already, because I sadly forgot. But yeah, she was considered a very wise one. She was, like, from Tolkien's perspective, she was known for her tears, you could say, because when the 2 trees were destroyed, we know that the 2 trees of Valinor, we have an artwork for sure that I should pull up here. I really like the one of Benef and of Niati. Can't really decide which I take. Maybe take the Benef one because it gets the point. When the 2 trees of Valinor were destroyed, she basically cleansed them with their tears from the defilement of Ungolia and so on. And it's an interesting thing that she does this. She was, like I said, considered the Valar of pity and mourning. Mourning? How is this pronounced in English? Let me just consult the Cambridge Dictionary really quick. It's really mourning. Okay, wasn't sure about this. And it is from Tolkien's perspective. He saw this mourning and pity as really a very important aspect of wisdom, I think. And it is interesting that the person who has pity can cleanse the defilement of evil with her compassion for others, if that makes sense. I think in a way it's a very beautiful picture, like in a metaphorical way, that she uses her tears to cleanse the like mourning. Thank you. That she can cleanse the evil away with this, because in a way the destruction, the defilement, like if you defile something, you turn it into something unusable, or something, you can twist something into something evil, if that makes sense, by defiling evil. Like Melkor does this a lot with putting his evil power into the world and marring it. Yeah, you damage something, and suddenly it doesn't work as intended anymore, and is twisted in a way. But interestingly, in Tolkien's opinion, that's at least how I understand this a bit, is that this pity and mourning, this compassion for others, is like a fruit of wisdom, and wisdom can basically cleanse away this, if something is twisted by evil, if that makes sense, and remove it and cleanse things. So wisdom makes things clear, and that is, or cleans things. That is, I think, a very interesting thought about Nienna, if that makes sense. What else do we know about her? It was on the hill Ezelohar. Interestingly, I think Ezelohar is a Vanyarin word. So by the clan of the Vanyar elves, called like this. I think it has some. It's derived from a Valarin word, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is, which is a really strange language. But also some notes about those exist. And we can also read in the Lord of the Rings, if we now look back to Lord of the Rings in the Silmarillion, I mean. Let me see if I find him really quick. Maybe I don't find it that quick. Yeah, I found it. So from the Silmarillion we can read, wisest of the Maiar was Olorin, that's Gandalf. And he too dwelt in Lorien. But his ways took him often to the house of Nienna, and he learned pity and patience. So here we also have not only pity and compassion, we have also patience. That is also something you sometimes have to learn. And this basically makes him one of the wisest, or is part of how he got so wise. That's a really interesting detail in my opinion. And sadly, I think beyond this, we don't really know all too much about her. I still am sad that I don't really know how this group of Valar was called. Feanturi is the name of those, I think. Though I'm not sure if she's also part of those. Maybe it's just Namo and Irmo. No, it's just Namo and Irmo. I just remembered this wrong. But they are the Masters of Spirits is what this means. I think it's also somewhere mentioned in the Silmarillion, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. Masters of Spirits, the Valar Namo, also known as Mandos and Irmo, which are also brothers, interestingly. I thought she would also be part of the of this group, but it seems that is not the case. I remembered this wrong then. Probably what it has to do with an artwork where all three of them are seen or whatever. But yeah, that is, to my knowledge, everything we know about the about those Valar, about Nienna. But I still like that Gandalf's, especially in the books, can be pretty grumpy at times. That is true. That is really true. So maybe maybe Gandalf was once very impatient and he just got so much better, but he still is in his nature a bit impatient and grumpy. So it's fascinating, but still, I think in a way Gandalf has both aspects, as you say. He can also be pretty grumpy if stuff doesn't run too well. He's not a fan of that. And at the same time, though, he also waited for thousands of years and had a lot of patience with all kinds of beings. That is very interesting about him. What I like about Gandalf too is that he always manages to look deeper into things. Like he's not like, for example, a Saruman, who feels like he sees things more on a very functional level. Like he sees somebody and he maybe can. I think Saruman often sees other people as tools that have certain aspects to them or can use useful for his plans, for his mission or whatever. But I think Gandalf often is able to see deeper and see more. That's why he, for example, found the Hobbits so interesting, because he saw the compassion of the Hobbits that they had, and that they were potentially very resistant to the evil powers of Sauron and so on. And this, in the end, basically helped him out being very successful in what he was doing. Also, I'm not able to spell Gandalf correctly. But yeah, really, okay, my computer's trolling me right now. I just tried to get a screenshot of Gandalf, and every time I see the one I want to, it just loads more screenshots and pushes it further. Now I've lost it again. I was so close clicking on it, and now it's gone. Very unfortunate. Oh, there it is. Also from the Hobbit. I really like this. Some of the Hobbit screenshots of Gandalf. This one, yeah, I really like. I like the background a lot. It's kind of colorful, but it has something. A certain fool of a Took comes to mind. Gandalf scolded him harshly at times, but when Pippin looked in the Palantir, Gandalf was really concerned for the Hobbit's well-being. Exactly. Tolkien really manages to build in these nuances. Of course, sometimes Gandalf is a bit grumpy and scolds him, but he's also deeply concerned about his safety. So it's in this situation where it's really, it could have went really, really bad for the little Hobbit. Gandalf is really concerned all of a sudden, and that is pretty cool. I guess that makes Gandalf also a pretty cool character, and he's a very famous character as a result. How great a warrior was Círdan? He mentioned to be some important battles during the First Age and the War of the Last Alliance. And that's a really good question too. Sadly, I couldn't add more to the Nienna question, but let me just... Like as said, sometimes it's really difficult to memorize to memorize all the half sentences mentioned somewhere. Also need to get like a space here somewhere. That should work, I guess. So yeah, Círdan, that's a good question. I'm not sure if we ever have like a good statement on if Círdan, which we also have a awesome, one of my favorite artworks of Kimberly 80, which I try to find here in the background really quick. We don't have much information about him participating actively in fights with a sword in his hands and combating powerful enemies. I think that is, we don't have really information on this. We only know that he was, as you said in your question already, or mentioned, in very important battles of the history already, throughout the history. He was for sure in the Battle of the Last Alliance. He's explicitly mentioned by Elrond and saying, I stood next, that he and Círdan advised Isildur to destroy the One Ring. And as a result, of course, we know Isildur would not or could not listen to them due to various reasons. And as a result, the One Ring was not destroyed. Here's, by the way, the artwork. And so, I guess, if you're in a position like Círdan or Elrond, it is probably less about your ability as a soldier in a fight, but you are more of a commander, and you are commanding armies, and you are, I guess, if you are in a war, supply is, for example, very important, that you know that how your soldiers have all the stuff they need to be as efficient in combat as possible. And it seems like, since he was also kind of successful, I guess, he knew exactly this. In addition, he was a shipwright and had always to do with ships. He evacuated a lot of people in the First Age from attacks from Melkor and so on. So he sent a message and so on and so forth. So he had what he had for sure was he had a good overview what was happening in the world. That is what's, I guess, really important for somebody commanding armies and where people's lives are on the line. That he knows what's going on in the world, and he can predict. He was known that he could foresee the future, I would say, or let's say predict what would happen next. He had the gift of foresight, as we know from some of the stories. That is for sure very helpful if you have a commander. No, yeah, my commander can look into the future. That's pretty helpful, I guess. So it's in this regard very powerful. If that doesn't mean he knows everything and he knows every second of the future, but at times he knows what will happen in the future and maybe has a vision by the Valar or so. Also, welcome back, Rosie Gamgee. And that in of itself is very helpful. Then, for sure, as somebody who builds ships are very, at least in my mind, you need a lot of wood, you need a lot of different materials, you need to man those, you need a crew for them. It's not that easy if you do all this ship business, I would say. So he also had a good understanding of supply lines, what you need, what materials, stuff needs to be repaired, needs to be maintained, and so on. You need supplies, you need resources, you need food, you need, and so on and so forth. So he definitely had a good understanding of that too. Then he had a lot of experience because he was already in so many wars. So I would say that makes Círdan a pretty good commander, I think. And he also, what was also I think interesting for Círdan, there was in the First Age, if we jump to the First Age map, there are two harbor cities that are associated with him. Now we are at the old west coast, Beleriand. And let me just see. Actually, I would need to make this bigger for myself. But we have Brisombar, for example, and was a harbor city, and he evacuated. So he also had like a way to retreat in the situation where he was pushed by Melkor's or Morgoth's forces and was attacked. And he had a way to retreat from there and move away and save a lot of people. He even created later a new base down here. There's a second harbor city. In my mind it's called Iglarest, but I forgot if it is actually the name. I can't read it because it's too small on my thing, but it should be Iglarest, right? Yeah, it is. And that it's one of the two havens of Falas. So this area there where the two havens are is called Falas. The other Iglarest is here, in case people can't see it. And oh, let's move the map and not my arrow. And here's a tower. Forgot the name of the tower. I also can't read it, to be honest. Barat Numras, I think is the name. Yeah. Something like this. And yeah, he managed to retreat, and he later retreated down to this island here and made like a refuge camp, a new stronghold or whatever here, and brought a lot of refugees here. So I feel like if we look at him, like he knew when he, like it's, I guess, also a good what do you call it, property if your commander knows when to retreat and have a plan for retreat. I think, yeah, there are multiple things. These are all details where we have Nowhere in the chat. Nowhere is the name of Círdan before he was known as Círdan. Círdan means shipwright, so Círdan the shipwright is shipwright the shipwright, basically a tautology, but I find it kind of funny. But his, according, I think, Peoples of Middle-earth, if I'm not mistaken, was it War of the Jewls? In one we learned that Nowhere is his original name. Yeah, it's quite possible that he is more directly involved for sure, but he knows when to retreat. He has backup plans, it seems. He knows supply lines. He knows what's going on. He has foresight. That's also really important. And yeah, I don't know. Of course, you also need to motivate your people to have a good morale in combat and so on and so forth. That's pretty hard to say how good he was in that aspect. And I guess he was also a very early, he's a very old elf, and he survived. That is also a thing. Círdan was born in Middle-earth. He was not an unbegotten elf, but I'm not sure how many generations behind. We have to look for Nature of Middle-earth for that. He lived all his time in Middle-earth, and he never was killed, and he fought so many battles, he always survived. That, I think, is a statement in of itself. Like, a lot of other elven lords might have died in battle, but not Círdan. He survived. And always had an impact on the world. Like, it was not like he was hiding or so. We could say maybe in his later years, he was just living in Lindon, waiting for the world, for the third age to close, basically. But still, I guess he deserved a bit of a break there, if you know what I mean. And I mean, he also was part of the White Council later. We can find a picture of the White Council. For sure I can. And so he was always active, like always had an active role in the world, which I also really like about this character. Let me see. He's sadly in the White Council picture here. In the Hobbit White Council, he's not part of the White Council, but in the books, he definitely was part of the White Council, for sure. Yeah, the artwork is really, really amazing. It's, as you said, it's quite possible that originally Círdan was more involved, but it's really hard to say how good he now really was at combat. Like, we don't know this. I would assume as that you agreed. In the first age, maybe he was more directly involved, and later became the commander, strategist, counselor, as you say. Yeah, exactly. In some ways, Círdan has seen more than any elves, thus just by pure experience would be able to lend wisdom and could counterbalance others who may be more impulsive. Interesting detail though, Círdan also had the ring Narya, and we can read about this ring that it could kindle the hearts of others. So he potentially could also do that at some point. So overall, I think having Círdan on your side is for sure a good thing. Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. 6th or 7th generation. Originally, before, we don't know, but we know he was related, I think, to Elwë and so on, and Elwë, Olwë, and Elmo. He was related with those, I think. So it is possible, though, due to different hints, it was always indicated that Finwë, Ingwë, and Elwë could all not be unbegotten elves either. So some later generations, and only from the Nature of Middle-earth writings we know that he was like 6th or 7th generation. I don't know exactly, but something like this, yeah. So it said that he was the elf that wanted to see Valinor the most. Yeah, exactly. But because of his foresight by the Valar, knew he was needed in Middle-earth and did stay. Yeah, exactly. He had like a vision, and he really wanted to go. That's why he started building ships. He really wanted to go to Valinor, but yeah, the Valar sent him a vision basically and said, no, you have to stay on Middle-earth. You are needed here, man. And this in of itself definitely shows, like, they would not just chose any other, or just some random dude that has no potential. They probably chose one of the best for this job, and they chose Círdan. As a result, he definitely is. He also is one of the few elves that has a beard. Lord of the Rings is described with a beard. It's kind of interesting. And has potentially to do with the idea of his later, like in later life cycles, and since Círdan was very old and lived in Middle-earth, where time also, where the world changes more. So I have the theory that this has maybe also to do with him appearing old. How did Legolas and Gimli build a ship if Círdan already left? Maybe Legolas kind of learned shipbuilding himself, or got some advice before he left or so. I don't know. It's a very good question. It's also, I think it's only clear that I think somewhere it's stated that Círdan takes the last ship. And taking the last ship, of course, would mean that even he would sail back to or would finally sail to Valinor after Gimli and Legolas already left. But I don't know. Like, we can only speculate about this. But they for sure knew him. Like in the Council of Elrond, Círdan is not present, but he sends somebody there. What was his name? Was it Galdor or something like this? Galdor of the Havens or some, right? Yeah. I think he was sent to the Council of Elrond. He represented Círdan there. But maybe later they talk about putting off his greatest desire for 7,000 years. It's not that easy. I agree. Yeah, exactly. It was Galdor. You're right, Rosie. Yeah, it's supposed to be really hard to build a ship because exactly the world is bent, and due to the bending of the world, Valinor is basically put out of place. It's not directly on the spherical world anymore, but where it was before, just maybe in the unseen or something. And to go there, you have to take the so-called straight road. And as a result, it's not easy to go there. How Legolas exactly managed to do this, I don't know. But he for sure had in his lifetime the possibility to maybe learn about it or so. I don't know. It's interesting though that Legolas is a Sindarin elf, so like Círdan too, and the Sindarin is a sub-clan of the Teleri elves, and the Teleri elves had always a very special connection to water. I think it was the first thing they heard, and the sound of water. I think it was for all the elves, but especially they had this connection and started building ships very early. For example, if we think of, let me just see the artwork. If we think of the first kinslaying, for example. Oh, that was fast. Found it very fast. The first kinslaying, the Noldor elves attacked the Teleri elves in Aman, so here on the west continent. Middle Earth is there in the middle, and Aman is the west continent. And here in this place, which was on Alqualonde, that is here roundabout, and there they attacked the Teleri elves to steal their ships. The Teleri, first they asked the Teleri, hey, we need your ships to go back to Middle Earth, and they said, no, we need them ourselves. We like them. It's our greatest work. Like the Silmaril is what the Silmaril is for Feanor. These ships are for the Teleri, and they can't just give them away. So the Noldor started attacking and basically also slew many of the Teleri elves in Aman and stole their ships. Interestingly, but even here we know even the Noldor were very advanced, and they had like a lot of knowledge and always hungry for more knowledge and doing things, building, crafting things, but they also were not that good at building ships, it seems. And potentially they could have built ships, and they just needed ships that already existed, that may be on top of that, but even they went to the Teleri elves and asked them for their ships, and that is quite interesting. And also shows the experience, and I assume it carries over from there to, of course, Círdan as well, who is related to the Teleri. He's related to the king of the Teleri elves in Aman. And while the Teleri elves who stayed in Middle Earth became the Sindarin the Sindar. Sindarin is a language. I gotta go, but it was grand. Thank you for putting up with me and my question for so long. Yeah, sorry for answering your questions so late. Nice that you were here. Wish you a fantastic rest of the day. Rosie Gamgee, and hopefully see you next time or so. Happy you enjoyed this year. Agree that those ships were different. Another cool thing is that, as far as we know, Círdan didn't have children, but acted as a foster parent for several orphaned elves who proved critical to events. Yeah, for example, he rescued Gil-galad at one point, and that was for sure. I showed you on the map, at the first age map here, on the island. This is basically where he also potentially brought Gil-galad at one point, and yeah, you are right. He also had potentially no children, at least none we know of. But yeah, he helped out some, or he potentially became also a father figure for some other children. It might be interesting. I'm very curious. Like if we will see Gil-galad in the upcoming Amazon show. I hope we see Círdan. It would be a crime to not bring into the show, to be honest. I hope we will see him, and it might be very interesting how they depict the relationship of Gil-galad to Círdan, because in a way you could really say, yeah, Círdan might be something like his foster father. This was great, as always, Chris. So glad I was able to make it in Connecticut, so time can be tricky. Yeah, time zones are always really difficult. Yeah, exactly. He was also the mentor of Eärendil, that's the father of Elrond, and Aldarion. Like, even the relationship from Círdan to Elrond is very interesting, because Elrond does not really know his father. His father went away when he was just like a very small child, and went on sailing, and he lost his mother too. And Círdan knew both. He was, as you say, even a mentor. He helped Eärendil building his ship. So that is really, really interesting. Yeah, I hope if he's shown he has to have a beard though. In The Lord of the Rings, there's also a short cameo, and he has no beard there. In the Return of the King at the end. At the beginning, we see him too, but let me just bring the final screenshot if I find it this fast. Pretty hard to see, but this elf standing next or a little bit behind Galadriel, that is Círdan. Can try make it bigger or so. Interesting, it's very interesting fun fact. Let me just see. So this is the elf in the background, that is Círdan the shipwright, I assume. Interestingly, there is this actor also plays the guy when in the beginning of Fellowship of the Rings, when Gandalf does the research and he goes to Minas Tirith and looks in the archives. There is like this guy with the torch. It's the same actor as Círdan. Interestingly, let me see if I can find this. Forgot the actor's name, sadly. Yeah, I found it. I think this is the same actor as Círdan, the guy holding the torch next to Gandalf in the archives, or whatever you call it, of Minas Tirith. Quite kind of interesting detail. Okay, just had to do something really quick in production. Yeah. Yeah, it was always bugged me also in the prologue with the rings. Yeah, exactly. In the prologue scene with the rings, there's you see also the three elves. One of them is Círdan, which kind of makes sense, even though he's potentially not the original person who had the ring. This scene here we see him as well. Here you see it a bit clearer that he has no beard, it seems. We see Galadriel, and the other person there in the background is Gil-galad. Interestingly, let me see. We see Gil-galad also in the prologue for a short moment with his spear. Here, this scene, this is Gil-galad. Yeah, it's true. Maybe that's a good detail, that maybe showing Círdan with a beard would have maybe confused them, because no other elf. We only know about two elves in history that have a beard. That is, one is Círdan, the other is Mahtar, the father of Nerdanel, the wife of Fëanor, right? And this is also only mentioned in... Is he mentioned in the Silmarillion? Maybe. But that he has a beard is, I think, only mentioned in Peoples of Middle-earth or so. So it's really strange when you see an elf with a beard, but yeah, it's a fascinating detail, I would say, for the book fans. It don't make sense to maybe show him without a beard, but so people know, okay, this is also an elf. Okay, also a question that's interesting, which I don't have a really good answer though. Maybe we can cover it really quick. Who asked the question? No, I lost the question. That is unfortunate. Oh yeah, I think Dupe was the name. And he asked what my take is on whether Eladan and Elrohir, that are the twin children of Elrond, if they went west. Or when they went west, or if they... So, I would say what would make most sense is also maybe very tragic at the same time. Kind of for Elrond, I would wish that both would go west with him. That would be awesome for Elrond, but it's not mentioned, so they might go later to the west or never. Really hard to say. In a way, I said it, I think I was... What was it? Maybe it was In Deep Geek or so. I was there on an episode with him, in a podcast or in a live stream with him too. Maybe I talked there, or it was with Voice of Geekdom, I forgot. Where we also had a discussion about this, and I said something like, I think that we often in this half-elven line of Elrond, we see twins being born, and my take is a bit that maybe having twins born is kind of an expression of the duality of this bloodline of being half elven, half man, if that makes sense. And so I could imagine, and we sometimes see this, for example, we have this fantastic artwork of Jenny Dolphin that I might need in a moment. A fantastic art where we see Elrond and his brother. Let's see if I get it really quick. Of course, that's the wrong one. Let's just search for Elros. His brother, and his brother decided to be man, and Elrond decided to be an elf, and this is basically portrayed here. And I find this really a fantastic artwork, really cool idea. And as a result, I could imagine it's maybe the same for Eladan and Elrohir, that one wants to be man, one wants to be an elf. Could imagine like this, so one sails in the west, one stays in Middle Earth. I'm not sure though. Like, it sounds terrible in a way, but it would kind of fitting the bloodline, that makes sense. I hope this answers the question, but sadly, it's never mentioned what they decide or where they go, and we can just speculate. Sorry, couldn't think of a decent YouTube name. I have to admit, a decent YouTube name is really difficult, so don't worry about it. Saw that video of you and In Deep, great discussion. Yeah, pretty awesome that you saw it. Nice. I recall that that Tolkien had toyed with Elrond being the first king of Numenor, but realized it just didn't work, and thus Elrond was introduced. Yeah, it's if you have, I can recommend my my first video about. Let me see. I have a command for this. !Elrond should be work, and should link all the 3 videos now. In the first video, we go a bit into the origins of Elrond. There it is, Nightbot. Always takes a moment here. Yeah, in the first Age video, we talk about his ancestors mainly, and a bit of the early Elrond. However, oh, the link doesn't work. There's a slash tool. I have to correct this. I maybe should do this while talking. Very interesting. Originally, as you say correctly, Elrond was planned to be the first king of Numenor, so a king of men. However, everything else about information about Elrond is roundabout the same. We find this detail in a text we find in what's it called? The Lost Road and Other Writings, one of the History of Middle-earth books. It's book number 5 in the complete 12 book collection. And in this we find a text from round about 1926, so even like over a decade before The Hobbit gets published. So it's a really, really old concept. And in that one, I'm just really confused right now. Okay, sorry. In that detail we find, in this text, we find the mention that he's the king of Numenor, and everything else is the same, like he's the son of Eärendil already, or some other details, he's related to Tuor and so on. Everything seems to be the same. His mother is Elwing and so on. Everything is the same except that he is the first king of Numenor, and basically what we know his brother did, becoming the first king of Numenor and deciding to be a man, Elrond did. However, then when Tolkien wrote The Hobbit, the Hobbit, he originally planned, maybe, that's just a bit of theorizing, planned it to play in his Silmarillion world. You have to look into there's a book called The History of the Hobbit by Radcliffe, and really interesting book, a lot of information in it. And in this, Radcliffe works a bit out that potentially The Hobbit originally maybe even played in Beleriand, maybe not. Really hard to say. Maybe in very early thought processes of Tolkien this might have been the case, but the world wasn't done yet. And he just said, okay, I can't let The Hobbit play in his world. And as a result, he just decided to I think in a letter he comments that he needed a character, and he worked on Elrond and had it in mind. And as a result, just borrowed this character from his early works, his writings. And so Elrond became part of The Hobbit. But however, he needed the Lord of Rivendell, who was an elf. Even though, if we read the exact section in The Hobbit, it reads it's a bit strange to read. Probably, I'm not sure if I can find the quote fast enough, but there's a really weird wording in The Hobbit in the description about Elrond and Rivendell. However, he then became an elf, and then later, when he wrote the sequel to The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, he said, okay, Elrond appears again. He's an elf lord, and then he started also to write a lot on his Silmarillion, on his mythology, if you want, of the world and so on, a lot, and it developed further and further. And then for Lord of the Rings, he decided that Lord of the Rings should play inside the Silmarillion universe, and it became, as a result, part of it. But The Hobbit was not directly, and so he needed to make some changes to make everything fit together. And so the first king of Numenor then became the twin brother of Elrond, Elros. So invented this character to solve this problem that originally in his early writings Elrond is the first king of Numenor, and then though Elrond became the Lord of Rivendell, he needed another character, so he invented this twin brother of Elrond, and he became Elros, the first king of Numenor, Tar Miniatur. And that's how this developed. It's really interesting to see this writing development. Maybe I can also find the Hobbit thing really quick. I'm not sure. Depends on how fast my computer loads the script, though. Let me see if I can find it. It's really hard to find. It's not that easy to find. I think that is the first mention here. No, it must be. Yeah, I think this should be the line here. It's a bit strange. The master of the house was an elf friend. Let me just repeat. The master of the house was an elf friend. One of those people whose fathers came into the strange stories before the beginning of histories, the wars of the evil goblins and the elves and the first men in the Norse. In those days of our tale, there were still some people who had both elves and heroes of the Norse for ancestors, and Elrond, the master of the house, was their chief. So it's kind of strange that the master of the house was an elf friend when the master of the house is an elf. It reads a bit strange, you know what I mean? Some speculate that this is a leftover element of the original boring process of Tolkien bringing this into The Hobbit. But like I said, it's a complicated topic and I'm very indecisive about this detail too. I can't stay up any later to watch this, but keep up the good work. Because that was always great. Yeah, thank you for watching so long. If you're from Central Europe as well, so it's very late already here. Thank you for watching so long. Shouts to you, Mr. Fluffybags. It's a really good painting, yeah. Luis Ramirez, I agree. It's a really good painting. Love the artwork too. Also love the Círdan artwork. I'm not sure if Kimberly does commissions, but would be awesome to get this painting, to be honest. That video with In Deep Geek introduced you to my channel. Okay, that's awesome, Mark. Nice to hear. It was a really good. It was a very fruitful collaboration because it feels like a lot of times I'm here doing a live stream here. Often hear people, yeah, I came here from In Deep Geek. That's pretty. So shoutouts to In Deep Geek. If you are into Game of Thrones stuff or Song of Ice and Fire, I should say, then he's definitely one of the awesome channels that cover that. And yeah, he also does some Lord of the Rings stuff. So shoutouts to him. And yeah, it was really nice that I think it was the idea of Clueless Fangirl that said, "Hey, Robert, invite this Philosopher's Games dude to your channel." And then I was there as a guest. It was pretty awesome. It was a lot of fun talking with him. We didn't know. I had a brief contact with Robert before that stream, but didn't know him too well. Would like to do further collaboration. Also asked him to come on my stream at some point, but of course he's really busy. I think there's also a new show, The House of Dragons, I think it's called, coming out, so he might be really busy with that. But really nice that some people found their way. Also, here, one of his moderators is also now has also moderation rights here, a Reflective Rambling. Was it Reflective? By my name? Sometimes I have too many names in my head that I have to keep in mind. But yeah, it's just pretty cool. Aignor will willingly stay in Mandos till the end of Arda and never have eyes to any other woman that is not Andres again, right? Yeah. That is mentioned, I think, in the Morgoth ring text, right? There's the dialogue between Andres and Finrod. I think that might be mentioned, if I'm not mistaken. Andres was also a woman of men, and Aignor is a brother of Galadriel, like Finrod too. and they fell in love, but it didn't work, and Aignor died in battle in the First Age. I think the Battle of Sudden Flame it should be, right? Do you know if there is any information on Gandalf in his youth, his time spent as Olorin before he was sent to Middle-earth, and his early days amongst the elves? No, not really. I think there's very, very little. We know, of course, at some point he became a Maya of Nienna, and as such, he learned patience and pity, as we have heard in this other question. Beyond this, I think we don't have many information. There's one information there is, though, that is really strange to me. I can't tell you too much about, but in the Nature of Middle-earth book that was published in September last year, we find a weird text that also mentions Gandalf and some other Maiar. Maiar are basically angels of lower rank, and they serve the angels of higher rank, and then there's one god that is above all those. Let's call them angels, that's probably the best analogy for them. And the highest rank angels form a god pantheon, for those people wondering what is a Maiar exactly. It's basically a spirit being of extraordinary power, but they're of course more powerful spirit beings than the Maiar, that are the Valar. However, we know that there were so-called guardians when in the First Age, here we see still Círdan, he was also potentially there during the Great Journey. So if we look at our fantastic map here, is the map a good thing? Let's take the other map, it's easier to have an overlook here. So here, I have to change the map though, I'm an idiot. Well, everything's always difficult, right? Map First Age, that should work. Okay, found it. So the elves awoke originally here. The elves that awoke have no parents because they were just created and awoke at a beach at a bay called Cuivienen. That is here roundabout. This is this big sea here, is a lake, and it's not a lake, it's really big. It's a Sea of Helkar. And interestingly, the elves had trouble with the evil Valar Melkor, or Morgoth later, the first Dark Lord and former Master of Sauron, and he tried to seduce the elves into his service and so on and so forth, and also, what do you call this in English? Abduct, that's the word. Kidnap, abduct, yeah. Some of the elves, and maybe did terrible things to them. And then one of the Valar came there, that was Orome, the huntsman of the Valar, one of the high angels, and invited the elves to come to Aman, which is this west continent. It is where the spirit beings, the Valar and the Maiar, live. And it's a special place because the world as whole is damaged, marred, but Aman is very little marred, only because of the presence of the high angels there. And that's better for the elves, and they also get out of the influence of this Melkor dude, and so on, and they invited them. Then some of the elves who decided to go on this journey started to travel over from this place to Aman. And while doing so, according to this new book called The Nature of Middle-earth, which just came out, there were also Maiar guarding this great journey, and Olorin was one of those guarding them. I think Melian was another. Basically, all the Istari were there, maybe. I think Saruman were there. I'm not sure if Iwendil, so Radagast was there, but there's even the mention of two that we know as the two blue wizards later. They were also there, it seems. They have really strange names. One is Hymenar and the other is Palicaldo or something like this. This is the only mention of those names in all works we know. Otherwise, they are usually called Palando and Alatar, or Romestamo and Morinechtar. So very different names compared to this, even though there's some similar. But it's really strange text, kind of interesting. Also, Mark says Finrod is my number one favorite elf, so I like that he gets a happy ending. Yeah, that is true. Being the first elf, it is him re-embodied. and gets to be reunited with his love of his life, Amarie. Exactly. That is definitely mentioned. So, yeah, that's all I think we know from his, if you would call this as his youth days, let's say younger days, because Gandalf as a spirit being existed before the world existed itself, I assume. So I would guess youth is a very wide term for Gandalf, I guess. Yeah, exactly. That's also a good point by Lost Boy, that he says, yeah, he indeed, he usually walked among the elves in Aman, not seen, like other Maiar usually did too. Exactly. He was always interested, I guess, in the elves and see what they're doing and so on, without getting too obvious, if that makes sense. Also, Learner of Law says, they both mentioned you multiple times, I've heard. Yeah, I'm always happy when other streamers mention. I also always try to return the favor if you want, and also mention like In Deep Geek and so on. Redbook was here before. He was also on one of my things and so on. Like we have Girl Next Gondor and also Helen, aka Clueless Fangirl, and so on. Dan, Voice of Geekdom. So a lot of cool people there. I was also, one episode I also had Man of the West here and Nerd of the Rings. Overall, I would say I have a pretty good relationship to the other. Oh, good that Nowhere corrects me here. A good relationship to the other Tolkien YouTubers. Like, usually we enjoy doing stuff together, like little corporations and so on. Ravandil, yeah, that he also has a different name, which I think I'm not sure if it appears. It could appear somewhere else. I think only the Haiminar and Palakendo. Yeah, Melian is also mentioned there somewhere. Tarindor for Saruman, I'm also not sure if I heard that before. Olorin, though, we know. That is also mentioned in the Silmarillion. That would be funny. Doubt it happened, but I like the idea of Galadriel meeting Gandalf in Middle-earth for the first time. Don't I know you from somewhere? Yeah, that would be pretty funny. I agree on that. Maybe no, it's not a good opportunity. If should the Rings of Power series expand into the Third Age at some point, it would be such a cool little gimmick to put into the little scene like this into the series. I would like that. Really good point. Okay, how long are we streaming already? 3 hours 6. So, yeah, I don't know. Are there more questions for people that I can maybe answer shortly? So 3 hours is a pretty good point. I mean, I could go for another hour, so if you want, but at some point, it becomes difficult to talk, because if you have to talk for like 3 hours straight, it's kind of taxing on your voice, I have to admit. Yeah, great discussion. Late must run. Yeah, thank you for staying so long. Yeah, that is an interesting point that Novo makes, man. I never considered this, but there is a mention that Olorin, so Gandalf in his Maya form in Aman, had kind of a lot of respect going to Middle Earth and facing Sauron, and considering that he was there already in the First Age, going there, feels then a bit not fully fitting, if that makes sense. Okay, that's also an interesting question, I guess. I think we discussed this in the past. So in the Amazon show, there will be Harfoots. Where do you think they will be located in the Second Age? That's a good question. Let me just pull up the map really quick. We have a Second Age map. So I would assume, there are not many theories, in my opinion, where the Harfoots could have been. So even for people wondering, there are 3, let's call them Hobbit breeds. There are Harfoots, Fellowhides, and the Sturs. These Sturs we know, for example, from Gollum. He was a Stur Hobbit. Or from the Stur breed, I assume. And if we look into the Lord of the Rings, which I tried to do really quick. Let me see if I find it. I assume it's just in Appendix B, if I remember correctly. I have to go to the Third Age 1050. Let me see if I find this. That says, let me see, Gondor reaches the height of its power. About this time, a shadow falls on Greenwood, and men begin to call it Mirkwood. The Perianath, that are the hobbits, Perianath means halflings, are first mentioned in records with the coming of the Harfoots to Eriador. So I think if we look into this comments, so Eriador is this area here. I sadly can't really mark it here in this in OBS as an area, but I don't know what. I think everything from here to here, basically all this is Eriador. So it's a really huge area, and they come here. It says, and the reason why it is noticed is because in the Third Age, Rivendell already existed. And, Rivendell already existed, and we have men settled here, and so on and so forth. So there must be, and we have the mention of, in the text, I can read it again, about this time a shadow falls on Greenwood. Greenwood is here on the map where Rovanion is spelled out, and this is it was called Greenwood the Great before, and then it was renamed in Mirkwood, which we know from Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. And so it says what it basically implies, this statement from Appendix B, is a shadow falls on Mirkwood, or on Greenwood. It's now called Mirkwood, and if a shadow falls on Mirkwood, it would make sense that this event pushes people to get away from there, because nobody wants to live close to where Sauron is, except he's allied with Sauron, I guess. But the hobbits were for sure not. So I would assume that the hobbits indeed lived here in this region, close to where Sauron here is Dol Guldur at this time or later, the Hill of Dark Sorcery or whatever it was translated. Oh, I forgot to press a button. It was Amon Lang was, according to the Unfinished Tales, an old name of this place, and then it became Dol Guldur. Complicated story, because it's really complicated to reconstruct the exact naming process, who lived here. Thranduil or his father or whatever could potentially have lived here for some time. it's really, really difficult to reconstruct how it is and put it into a canonical order that makes, or chronological order that makes completely sense. Really difficult. However, I would assume that when Sauron infests this part of the forest here, that the hobbits say, oh no, evil creatures appear here, we're not safe anymore, we go somewhere else. And then I would assume they cross this place here to Eriador. And that is why I believe that this happens in the Third Age 1050 roundabout. That means, though, that in the Second Age, that's just my speculation though, most likely, if the hobbits lived for over 1,000 years in these woods, would have lived in Greenwood at this time. So from my perspective, what make most sense where they live is here. There is, of course, the possibility of the unknown, and everything basically east of Rovanion, if we go into Rhûn, which means east basically in Elvish, in Sindarin, and it's possible that the hobbits also lived here, because before the War of the Last Alliance, for example, here in this region we have the Brownlands, and they became the Brownlands because Sauron burned them to basically block the path of the Last Alliance. Sorry, to drink something. And yeah, so the Last Alliance, basically the part that were Elendil, Isildur, and Gil-galad, and his elves, his Noldor elves, and so on. They camped here in Rivendell, and then they went over potentially this bridge to here, and then east of the river they went down all the way. I can't show it to you, but I really put some research. I don't know exactly how they got here, but probably somewhere here, and then they went here to Mordor. And then the Last Alliance started, and they later sieged Barad-dûr down here, which is round about here. Northeast of this hill of Mount Doom, which is this place here. However, yeah. But before this time, it seems there was also huge forests here in this area, so they could maybe lived here, south, maybe in the Brownlands or whatever. And I don't know. It's really hard to say. They could also lived here in this forest or so, because in some of Tolkien's maps, there's always a forest close to the Sea of Rhûn, which is here. Really hard to say. And then maybe due to other events, Sauron was also in the east active at some time. Maybe they started leaving this place here and started settling here, and then they were not safe. It's really hard to say when they were here. But in my opinion, it's very, very likely that at some point in history, the Harfoots or multiple Hobbit breeds lived here in this place. And then, as read in Appendix B, the shadow falls on Greenwood, and it's then called Mirkwood, and only then they are driven out, and as a result of them being driven out from there, the elves notice them, and or the wise notice them, and they are first mentioned in records. And it's really interesting. If we continue this further, we also noticed it is thought to be one of the Nazgûl. Yeah, we at 1100 we can read the wise, the Istari, and the chief Eldar discover that an evil power has made a stronghold at Dol Guldur, which is here. In case people have seen the Hobbit films. Of course, I don't have the Hobbit film thing here up anymore, but it doesn't matter. Just for people wondering, Dol Guldur, probably remember it, but if you have seen the Hobbit films, let me see, what is a good picture of Dol Guldur? Maybe this one here, the first I thought. So this old ruins here, this is Dol Guldur. And yeah, Sauron basically lives there, and the wise, though, think it's one of the Nazgûl. And then, about 50 years later, we can read in the Appendix B of the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowhides enter Eriador, and then the Sturs come over the Redhorn Pass and move to the Angle or to Dunland. So also another breed. At this time, when Sauron's power increases here in this particular region, we also learn that other hobbits, and here we even get an interesting note that the Fellowhides, how are they pronounced? No, that the Sturs go over the Redhorn Pass. So there are not many ways to get to the other side of the Misty Mountains. We have one way, the High Pass in Rivendell. We talked about this at the beginning of the stream. And we could go through Moria. It's another option. And then there's also the Redhorn Pass. That's also, I don't know. Well, Moria is, let me see, round about here. And the Redhorn Pass, if I'm not completely mistaken, is a bit north of it, right? Somewhere here. And yeah, so there's this. They go over the Redhorn Pass. Maybe it's also further down here, to be honest. I'm a bit confused right now, but somewhere there's also the Redhorn Pass. And then we have the mention of the Angle and Dunland. So Dunland is round about here. And it's really hard to see. I'm not 100% sure. Was this the Angle? This place here where Eriador later is. However, Eriador at this point doesn't exist there anymore. However, we know there are some swamplands here and so on and so forth. So, and Dunland is here. So, around this area here, this place, the Sturs will later live. And when the War of Angmar breaks out, they return to the Gladden Fields. And this is how Gollum finds the One Ring, interestingly, or his friend Deagol, or Deagol, however you pronounce him. And it's really interesting detail. But there's a lot of Hobbit traveling, and only when they go over to Eriador, where, for example, Elrond is, where also Gil-galad is, and we have some with Bree and so on, we have also men living there, they start to notice the Hobbits, and they appear in these records written by elves and men and so on. And that's really interesting detail. However, to get here, there must be a reason for them to leave their home, because, and I assume due to the implications, that the reason for this is definitely Sauron, which is kind of ironic in my opinion, that the efforts of Sauron and later of the Witch King lead to the ring being found and to his destruction. So it's kind of ironies behind this. And as a result, my suggestion why the hobbits are here is that, yeah, they must have come somewhere from the east to Eriador at some point, and this means that in the Second Age they most likely lived somewhere here. Maybe close to Dol Guldur, maybe here at the border, maybe in the middle somewhere, really hard to say, but somewhere here, maybe even further down the line in the south, because what is a good indicator for maybe further here in the north is definitely that we know from the Lord of the Rings, when we hear King Theoden seeing the hobbits, he let me just read the passage if I find it really quick. Let me see. Witness. Said Theoden. So, these are the lost ones of your company, Gandalf. The days are fated to be filled with marvels. Already I have seen many since I left my house, and now here before my eyes stand yet another of the folk of legend. Are not these the halflings that some among us call it's hard to say word. Holbütlan. Hard. I always move the L. Holbütlan. The Y is pronounced like an U. And interestingly, so the word hobbit is derived from this Holmydland, the Old English word, and it means I think hole dweller or something like this. And interestingly, so the people of Rohan have in their legends, as Theoden supplies here, halflings. So he says, let me see, how does it, here stand before my eyes yet another of the folk of legend. Something like this he says. So in the legends, in the mythology of Rohan, there are hobbits. And interestingly, the language of the people in the Shire, like the names, are also pretty reminiscent to what the people of Rohan. Rohan will later be founded here. However, if we go in the history of Rohan further into it, we know that they at some point also lived here, and maybe also in Mirkwood. So this is definitely a melting pot for the hobbits learning the language of the people of the ancestors of the people of Rohan, the Eotheod. There are multiple languages spoken in this Norseman area, let's call Rovanion the Norseman area. There's also Old Norse, there is Old English, and in very early versions of the names we even find Gothic names. For example, I always forgot the name. I only remember the daughter. Vidumavi is the daughter. He is called Vidugavia, for example. Or, what was the other name? Marhuini, I think, or something like this was the name, right? Yeah, Marhuini, Marhari, and so on. So there are a lot of interesting Gothic names and not Old English names anymore. It seems like the proto-ancestors had Gothic names. I think this will not be reflected in the show, though. It's, I think, also very minimal linguistic detail here, that the names should not be Old English derived, but from Gothic in the Second Age, I assume. But it's a different story, and it's really hard to tell. Though at some point there must be a switch, because the Hobbit names are Old English, and the Eotheod at some point also spoke Anglo-Saxon Old English. Really interesting, though. And as a result, it seems to me very clear that the contact point of the hobbits must be with these ancestors of Rohan, must be here in Rovanion at some point, in Mirkwood maybe, or maybe in north of it, or here at the sides. Really hard to say, maybe close to the Gladden Fields. But somewhere around this area, the hobbits should have lived in the Second Age. Because of course, they could have lived here further to the east, or maybe even down here, but they definitely move at some point here. So if I would have to write a series, it would be smart to assume that they are here in this area at some point. Everything else is just pure speculation. I guess you could maybe bend it a bit for fitting your story or so, but I think it's not unwise to place the hobbits here. I'm so convinced of this that I'm like really sure that this is also how the series will handle it, if that makes sense. So yeah, I hope this answers the question. It was a long answer, sorry for that. I really enjoy the interplay between you and other Tolkien tubers. Yeah, I also really like this. Like having somebody to talk to is always nice, and you always get like new perspectives that you've yourself forgot or haven't found yourself. So exchange is always nice. Oh, I found them all and almost always have new content to watch every night. Yep. Didn't Gandalf tell Gimli that the letter would have to be brought before Sauron to find someone more dangerous than himself? Yeah, might be. Can't tell you how the quote was exactly worded, but something like this. Hey, I managed to catch the live stream. Oh, nice, Paul Freedom. Shoutouts to you too. Nice to see you here. I also made sure you will appear in the credits. But yeah, we are almost at the end of the live stream already after 3.5 hours. So we have a lot to catch up. But really nice that you managed to be here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I think I just answered a really long question about hobbits. But yeah, that's my take on this question here. But as I said, it's really hard to say. Like a lot of speculation, but this seems this solution like Rovanion and probably the middle part of it, or it's really hard to tell which part exactly. But it makes most sense for me somewhere here, and then Sauron appears later and drives them out of this area, and then they go to Eriador, and there they get noticed and recorded in the records of history. And that is, then people start to know, oh, there are hobbits in the world. Why couldn't they take the eagles to Mordor? Well, I made a video about this, I think. It's also a complicated answer in details, I guess. It's also one of my shortest lore videos I ever did, which surprised me myself, because I thought I would take longer to explain it. Let me see. I made it 2018, so it's a few years old. Let me see. That should be the eagle video. In case people are interested in that classic question. That was a time I also always wanted to return to the I don't know, let viewers ask question in the comments, and then I make a video about the topic I like most or so. Safety regulations while flying weren't met. I like that answer the most, to be honest. I think this question we also had. Why couldn't they take the ring to the Undying Lands? I think Gandalf got the same question basically during the council or so. Maybe I can find out. In real, also Peter Taysom says in real history, and exact Tolkien drew for this, Meriadoc and Pittagin were tribes in northeast France around times of Charlemagne. Interesting. Yeah, could be that there was some inspiration for this too, especially considering that there are some connections. But yeah, to this question, let me see if I find the quote really quick. It should be, if I remember, maybe I remembered wrong though. That's always a possibility. But I think Gandalf talks about this suggestion. Maybe it's also Glorfindel, I'm not sure. Then, if the ring cannot be kept from cannot be kept from him forever by strength, said Lord Findle, two things only remain to us to attempt: to send it over the sea or destroy it. But Gandalf has revealed to us that we cannot destroy it by any craft that we here possess, said Elrond, and they who dwell beyond the sea would not receive it, for good or ill, it belongs to Middle-earth. It is for us who still dwell here to deal with it. I know that was read terribly, but yeah, it was not Gandalf who answered this. I think Elrond answers this. And they who dwell beyond the sea would not receive it. For good or ill, it belongs to Middle-earth. It is for us who still dwell here to deal with it. And it's basically, maybe it's a cheap answer. Oh, you know you're being obnoxious. Okay. But I think it's a good question, though. I think we talked about this in the past, too. But yeah, I think it was forged as a potential by Sauron to change the fate of Middle-earth, and as such, it belongs to Middle-earth. It's a problem of Middle-earth. It does not belong to the West continent, Aman here in the West. I know this is the wrong age map, but yeah, what can I do? In the movies before Legolas says they are taking the hobbits to Isengard, he said the Uruks turned northeast. Is that the wrong direction? Should it be northwest? Yeah, you're right. Should be. So if I remember correctly the scene, let's go to the third age map. So they come from. Let me just think. They have to walk quite a way. And we know that the hobbits are brought close to the borders of Fangorn. This is also where a lot of stuff happens. Here's Rohan, here's the Vault, and so on. And yeah, they got captured. This was here in the Argonas and Waterfall Rauros region and so on. So somewhere here. So they go always west. And as you say, it might be really a mistake, because I don't see. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard, and to get there, Isengard, for people wondering, is up here. So, and they go basically, I don't know, a weird way over close to Fangorn and then over to Isengard. Fangorn is this forest here. And yeah, they have to go north and west. So you are right, they should go northwest. I can't really find a way how they would go east. East makes no sense, I agree with you. Might be a mistake in the film. 46 zone. Thank you for the good answers. Time to go sleep here. Good night, everyone. Yeah, Gaia, nice that we were here so long. Thank you for your questions. I hope I could answer some. Sleep well, and hopefully I see you next stream. I was obnoxious about the eagles, that is. I noticed that in your spelling. And even without the ring, Sauron would probably still win at the end, because he would never be truly defeated. That is also a good point. Like, to undo Sauron and his power, the ring needs to be destroyed, and it can only be potentially only be destroyed in Mount Doom, and not. I guess you could argue that somebody who is more powerful than Sauron, like Manwë, for example, the king of the Valar, king of the earth, the lord of the earth, could maybe destroy it too, because he's far more powerful than Sauron. But as said, it's an interesting point. From whose account was the perspective when Legolas said this? That's maybe. I don't have the scene and the roundabout in my mind, but not too well enough anymore to really answer this, to be honest. But maybe somebody in chat knows when it was said. Maybe we need to look at the exact wording here, then maybe it makes sense. Thanks, that always bothered me. No problem. there might be some weird perspective change that does it make sense then? I guess they always have to go to the west though to get there. They could, for example, say we are. No, that makes no sense. Maybe we could say we are northeast of them or so. We are east of them. Then it would make sense because when they're chasing them, they're of course east of the orcs. But I don't know. We really would have to look into this exact scene. I can't do this right now. Who's your favorite Hobbit? That's a really good question, to be honest. I guess Sam is the most obvious answer. Sam, Frodo, Bilbo, that are definitely my top 3 hobbits, I guess. Even though... And then Merry and Pippin are also coming close, of course. In a way, I also like Lobelia. Because, I know, she has an interesting, let's say, character development and arc in Lord of the Rings. Which is almost a bit heartwarming. When, though, also quite grim, I guess, in a way. But yeah, something like this. My favorite Hobbit is Sam, named my dog Samwise. Yeah, can totally see this. I guess Sam must be one of the most popular hobbits in pretty much every vote, right? There can't be too many opinions on this. The one who invented golf, Bull Roarer took. Okay, that's also a good one. Speaking of Gandalf's patience, Chris, what draws many to your content is that you both take your time to delve into the layers of Tolkien's Pandarian and also appreciate your viewers' perspectives. Yeah, I really try to do, because nobody's favorite is Rose Cotton. Okay, Rose. I see. What is the meme answer on Reddit? Name checks out. We had this in the past too. Of course, Rosie Gamgee or Rose Cotton is also up somewhere, I guess. But yeah, that's it's kind of weird that I never think of when somebody asks me the favorite Hobbit question, I would rarely think of Rose first. I guess I always think of the big lore stuff and the big connections, and there Bilbo and Frodo and Sam are far more connected with. But of course, she's a very important character, definitely for Sam, I guess. Not I guess, for sure she is. Oh, I've interestingly also the credit here. Apologies if this is well established, but I've still never quite understood whether the Elven Rings could be worn and used once Sauron put on the One Ring originally. It's a pretty good and straightforward question, no problem for asking. Let's dive into this a little bit. You like Lobelia, you get points for that. Yeah, it's just really a heartwarming story with her. Oh, I should also switch the scene. Yeah, it's a bit I wouldn't say cryptical phrased or so, but yeah, it's a really good question. What exactly is going on with the Elven Rings, and when Sauron uses the One Ring? So it definitely, there might be even some contradictions in the text. I'm not sure. And if so, were they kept unused until after the War of the Last Alliance? Yeah, basically, that is exactly what happens. I really have to think where we find Silmarillion would be the place to go, I would say. Let me see if I find the exact quote. That is the downfall of Numenor. That is too far. Where is it? Rings of Power. How was it worded in the Silmarillion? I think I found it. But the elves were not so likely to be caught. As soon as Sauron set the One Ring upon his finger, they were aware of him, and they knew him, and perceived that he would be master of them, and of that they wrought. Then, in anger and fear, they took off their rings. But he, finding that he was betrayed and that the elves were not deceived, was filled with wrath. So yeah, the elves basically took the rings of their fingers and did not wear them anymore. Only after Sauron lost the One Ring, they could use the rings again, basically. But for this time, they basically have to keep them hide and not use them. That's at least how I understand this section here. There might be more hints, but out of my head, this is one of the direct quotes I can think of that definitely states that they put the rings of their fingers as soon as Sauron created the One Ring. Also know it was terribly read, but it's also late for me. And that's always a good excuse, but yeah. But yeah, kind of like this. They could not use it, and only after the War of the Last Alliance, the elves could think about using the rings again and use their power to form their realms. I think the elves really want to keep the rings in secret, and so as a result, we have very slight notes. If we look. Let me just see. In the Council of Elrond, Gimli asks also, I think it was Gimli, about the Rings of Power, and if they are still active. But he also makes clear that the elves don't like talking about this too much. Keep this secret. Let's see if I can read this. So as a result, the records might be, a bit incomplete. Of course, Chris screws up again while searching. Okay, I sadly failed in my quest to find the quote. Let me give it another try. Can't find the quote. It's unfortunate. Ring goes south. That's the wrong chapter. I think I found it. I came too late. When will the day come of our revenge? But still, there are the three. What of the 3 rings of the elves? Very mighty rings, it is said. Do not the Elf Lords keep them? Yet they too were made by the Dark Lord long ago. Are they idle? I see Elf Lords here. Will they not say? The elves returned no answer. Did you not hear me, Glóin? It was the father of Gimli, Glóin. Did you not hear me, Glóin? Said Elrond. The three were not made by Sauron, nor did they ever touch them, but of them it is not permitted to speak. So much only in this hour of doubt I may now say. They are not idle, but they were not made as weapons of war or conquest. That is not their power. Those who made them did not desire strength or dominion, or hoarded wealth, but understanding, making and healing, to preserve all things unstained. These things the elves of Middle-earth have in some measure gained, though with sorrow. But all that has been wrought by those who wield the three will turn to their undoing, and their minds and hearts will become revealed to Sauron if he regains the one. It would be better if the three had never been. That is his purpose. So Elrond explains here in a lot of detail, basically what I just confirmed. I also forgot that he even mentions that if Sauron gets the One Ring back, it would basically undo everything they did, and they couldn't use the rings anymore. But as long as he doesn't have the ring, they have them, and he's even confirmed that the rings are not idle. So there's this. But he also mentioned that the elves won't speak about those rings because they are a great secret of the elves, and nobody should know about them. Just vague rumors exist, and Tolkien uses this here brilliantly to give us a little bit of exposition and answer some of our questions as readers too. Let me see. I can turn back to the rings picture. But I hope this answers your question in somewhat. Now also a lot of praise for Lobelia. Those elves were the Gwais I Myrdain. Rolls right on the tongue. Rosie is still my favorite, if you can imagine. I can. If you would create a Middle-earth movie, TV show, what would you want to focus on? I think there was a question a long time ago if it would be possible to make movies out of the Silmarillion. I forgot who it asked. Maybe I can find, probably not here anymore in chat. I remember skipping over some questions. Somebody asked, is it possible to make a movie based on the Silmarillion that is not a confusing mess? Probably not in just one movie, so I would see a series or so. It's just too much content. I've been thinking lately that Beren and Luthien or Turin's story are nice material for film adaptation for sure, but I guess it would be really, really complicated. So this kind of adds to this question. What would I would really love to see more First Age action, to be honest. So if I would have if I could just choose whatever I want to do, maybe I would like to, I don't know, imagine, or I probably would not be able to really write or do a movie TV show, but if I would want to focus on, I definitely think the First Age, the last part of the First Age in Beleriand, that would be some aspects like Beren and Luthien for sure would be pretty cool. The story, maybe the Turin one would be a bit too grim in my opinion, for my taste, to be honest, but the Fall of Gondolin also quite grim. But the story of Tuor I would for sure also like to see. That I can see multiple things here that I would like to see in a cool adaptation for sure. Documentary style building ships with Círdan. Guest starring Eärendil and Eldarion. Yeah, that would also be cool. No problem, Dylan. Hope that really helped. Yeah, that is true. Without Gandalf having Narya, the war could be lost. Definitely made a difference. You always feel like that Gandalf is able to kindle the heart of others, and this ring helps him doing so. Oh, interesting point. Although according to Google, Lothlorien was created using one of the rings, Second Age 1350. The last line was 2000 years later. Is that a contradiction? That's a really good point. But there is a potential problem with this statement, I think. Let me just to be sure before I tell something wrong, let me just check the timeline really quick. The date sounds a bit out of tune. Yeah, there's the first. I don't know what site the Google just quotes here, but there's a problem with the date. In Second Age 1350, the Three Rings of Power didn't exist yet. They were made. The Three Rings of Powers are completed in Eregion, Second Age 1590, so 1590. So they didn't exist there at this point. However, the point is still valid, though, that you make, because that is possible. However, it's like a really complicated question to answer, to be honest. So the realm Lothlorien is really hard to pinpoint when it was created and how it worked. There are just it's a really complicated topic. When I did the Second Age Elrond video, I tried to dive a little bit into this. You can just hear exclamation mark Elrond for the links. The second video of that about the Second Age, I dive at least a bit into it, and I really tried to figure out a way to say when happened what in Lothlorien, but there are so many different text versions of this that contradict each other completely that it's really, really difficult to pinpoint the exact time of when happened what where. That's really the biggest problem. For example, Galadriel is, of course, we definitely know that before Sauron attacked Eregion, let me just show on the map where Eregion is for people interested in map stuff. Eregion, the capital Ostinivil, should be somewhere here. Hard to say where exactly, but roundabout. There's this, you have the Bruinen, the river, and then there's this forest region somewhere there. That all is Eregion. We also see it here written on the map. And yeah, there the rings were created. However, in some versions, let me just see the other stuff. Galadriel gets the ring later, but however, Galadriel lives in Eregion also for some time. Probably not around the time anymore when the Three Rings of Power are actually created. She potentially leaves. The problem is we don't know 100% where she goes. In some versions, she goes here to Lothlorien, here on the other side of the river. Also, homebody, hello, enjoy the channel. Thank you, much appreciated. On this side, in some versions, she even goes through Moria to get to the other side here. And is here. However, she is not Lord or Lordess, what is the Lady of Lothlorien anymore at this point in this version. In some versions, there is another king here, and his name is Amdir, who is king. There are versions where this is not the case, and I think she has, as a version, there's a guy called Ambros, and he's, in some versions, the son of Galadriel. And then I really have to move my map around it a bit. And in some versions, Galadriel then goes down here and lives here. We also know, though, that before Eregion is attacked, that Celebrimbor, that is the the person who created the Rings of Power. Let me just see if I have a good picture of Celebrimbor somewhere. Celeborn. Oh, we take Jenny Dolphins. I like that one, kind of. Celebrimbor by Jenny Dolphin. And he at some point noticed, oh no, we have the One Ring, we have problem. He then goes to Galadriel and has counsel with her. And from this point, we can read, I'm not sure where it is, maybe in the Unfinished Tales. I really would have to dig deep into my notes to find the quote. If you don't mind, I probably won't find this. Wait, maybe I think I can find it. I know. Oh, I think I skipped it. Maybe you can tell you where you find the quote. I found it. Okay. It is written in the Unfinished Tales, in the chapter "The History of Galadriel and Celeborn." In my version, that is the not the big book version. It's the small one. Page 306. You find, and Celebrimbor went to Lorinand to take counsel once more with Galadriel. They should have destroyed all the Rings of Power at this time, but they failed to find the strength. So we can read that the smith of the 3 Rings of Power went to Galadriel, had counsel with her, and they potentially agreed that those rings should be destroyed now, but they couldn't. They could not find the strength. What this exactly means is hard to say. Did they not have the power, or did they potentially not have the will? Like, whatever it was, they could not destroy them. And as a result, it's hard to say where this council was, because according to some of these versions in the Unfinished Tales, Galadriel was in conflict with Celebrimbor and his guild of ring makers, the Gwais Imirdain, and left Eregion, and potentially went to Lothlorien or to this other place. I think it was called Ezelond, if I remember. It was an elf haven by Teleri elves from the First Age that sailed there. It's basically down there where Gondor is, and it's close to where later Dol Amros is. Dol Amros is here on this hill, in case people wonder. And she maybe lived here or here. It's hard to say, but we know Celebrimbor went to her, had counsel with her, talked to her, and they could not destroy the rings. However, at this point, we know for sure that Galadriel, later Celebrimbor then sent the rings to multiple people, 2 to Gil-galad and 1 to Galadriel. And maybe he even when he had counsel with Galadriel, he maybe even gave her the ring right at this point, said, hey, take it. It should not be in Eregion when Sauron attacks. And which was very wise. It would have been wiser to maybe destroy the rings, but really hard to say. This could have been either as set in Lothlorien or in this other, in Ezelond. Hard to say. I assume it was in Lothlorien. Then Galadriel got the ring. What we know, though, is that Galadriel at this point was not the lady of Lothlorien. So the realm, as we know it later in the Third Age, was not under the protection, maybe somewhat, but not through the power of the ring. I think that is what Tolkien really tried to establish there, that at this time the area of Lothlorien was not formed out of the power of this Vilya, of Nenya, I mean, the ring of Galadriel's ring of power. She had it at this time, but she couldn't use it, and she wasn't the queen of this place. Either Amros was here ruling, or then at some point Amros was not the son of Galadriel anymore, but the son of another Sindar king called Amdir. I don't have a picture of Amdir, sadly, and he only appears like in one version of the Unfinished Tales. And I assume this version with Amdir works, in my opinion, best to make sense out of all of this. And if he's king, he protects the borders and builds the realm of Lothlorien, not Galadriel at this time. Only when Amdir died, then maybe Galadriel took over Lothlorien and became with Celeborn Lord and Lady of Lothlorien, and it became their realm. Interestingly, when did Amdir die in this version? He died here. Actually, he died over here in the Dead Marshes. It was in the War of the Last Alliance. So when Sauron lost the ring, then Galadriel took over, and then it starts to make everything starts to make sense. So I assume maybe at one point there was a contradiction, as you hinted at, but I assume in the background Tolkien tried to resolve it. But you have to always keep in mind that there's a lot of work in progress texts that have like 6 different contradicting versions at this time. It's really hard to pinpoint when Lothlorien became the Lothlorien we know, when Galadriel and Celeborn lived there and made it their realm. It's really hard to say. Especially Amros, the son of Amdir then, in this version, later drowned down here. And that is why this place became known as Dol Amros, interestingly. And this was in the Third Age though, so I don't know when does somebody out of his head know when Amros died? Probably I have to look it up. His death was Third Age 1981, so yeah, very late. So almost, I don't know, the 2/3 into the Second Age, if you want. I hope this somewhat answers the question. It's really difficult to answer because there are so many. Also, yeah, Mark is probably already gone, but thank you for staying and have a good one. Yeah, that's of course true, that the conflicting versions could be, for example, telling the stories of from different perspectives, and so that could just contradict each other. I would say they lacked the will because they would lose things the ring made possible. Exactly, I agree with you there, Skywalker. Although we know that even the mirror rings would need something like powerful dragonfire to destroy. I mean the Dwarven Rings, probably autocorrect. So it might have been tricky to do anyway. Yeah, exactly. That is another possibility. It's a good point. Like for the rings, we know Dragonfire can destroy them, but maybe Galadriel and Celeborn, where do we have him? Did not have access to Dragonfire, if that would be needed at the time. Might be a possibility that these rings were so powerful that even they, with their power, could not simply destroy them. Definitely a possibility too. Maybe it was a mixture of both. I'm not sure what I say in the Elrond video, but I discussed this there too. If the rings couldn't be used at the time when Sauron was wielding one ring, they didn't have much to lose if they did destroy the Elven rings. That is true, but maybe you have to see Celebrimbor also a bit in the light of Feanor, his potential, in some versions his grandfather. I think it's the most canon assumption that he's at least related to Feanor. If it's exactly his grandfather, I think it's not implied in Lord of the Rings, but it's implied that Celebrimbor is from the house, is related to Feanor, and as a result, this is his masterpiece, his magnum opus. So as a result, I can imagine that he has definitely trouble destroying his best work he has ever did, which he might not be able to recreate. Like the same with the Silmarillion. Feanor did this, and he also said in a speech, I could try making them again, but I would fail. Probably also because the trees were gone, but that's a different story. It was just the peak of his art. And I think that was the same potentially here with those rings. And so I can, at least from his perspective, understand that destroying the rings, even though it would be smart, was a very difficult decision for him, even though they could not use the rings while Sauron had the one ring. But it's definitely a good point. I think multiple things come together here. But I hope this answers the question. This one here. Okay, people. I have to admit, I would like answering more questions, but looking at my stream timer, it talks about a weird 4 at the beginning. It's always a sign of me talking for 4 hours. Not sure if that's a good thing or not. But maybe it's time to wrap it up. I hope his grandfather. I hope it's his grandfather. Aule fer norcilibrimbor. Is Aule the fundamental cause of weapons of war in Arda? Maybe. Thanks so much for the deep dive, by the way. Very enlightening. Yeah, I hope you people enjoyed this very, very long stream here. I'm definitely noticed that my voice is telling me shut up for a moment. So I will do this in a moment. And really hope, yeah, you had a good time here in the stream and enjoyed this here. We definitely answered very few questions today, but I tried to answer every question like in a lot of detail. We must do this again soon. I agree. There will be, like always, my goal is to stream 2 times a month, but I sometimes don't make it, and then it's just 1 time a month or so. I'm not sure when the last stream was. I can look it up if you want. Let me just see. When was the last stream? Last stream was 29th of April. So in theory, if I do another stream at the end of May, we could make 2 streams this month. I try to. But no promise, because yeah, sometimes it's difficult to find the 4 hours of time to do this. Really love your streams and videos. Much appreciated. Thank you as always. Enjoy listening to you and about Lord of the Rings and Middle-earth history. Yeah, so I would say that's a really good point answering this question. It also was a very interesting one, I have to admit. I really like talking about these rings and so on. Those rolled R's are the best on YouTube. Thank you. Though I have a very strong trill, I have to admit that I can see why some people might find it annoying, but there's always something. Let me see. I even rendered okay, maybe I have to surpass a bit of time because we got new subscribers today, even though I have to look if they if I'm lucky, I don't have to worry too much about it. Oh, it's not in my list yet. That is unfortunate. But also it's kind of strange, to be honest. Ah, now it is. Okay, I don't have to change the credit. That's good. For a moment, I was shocked that I have to open Adobe Premiere and change something. No, it seems everything is okay. It's really difficult. I would hope my SNTH switches when I talk English would be as crisp as my rolled R's, but that's sadly not the case. Really struggling with the S and TH switches in English. Really difficult sound for me. But yeah, thank you people for watching. Let me just fire up the credits really quick. I even prepared those before the stream started, so I'm very proud of myself. As said, if you want, I mentioned multiple videos this stream. Reflective Rambling, shoutouts Andres and Kirdan, aka Modo, for moderating and so on. And yeah, I have a lot of videos. You find them on my main channel. Check them out. If you're interested in gaming content, I have also a gaming channel. You find all the links. This link tree thing. I hope it works. The bot is sometimes a bit slow. There's also a watch time command. I'm very curious if it works here. sadly the bots here have a lot of delay. You can also use some of these commands, interestingly. No, it doesn't work here. Interesting. Whatever. Much appreciated. Shoutouts to all the artists. I showed the artists, Jenny Dolphin, Ted Nesmith. We had Kimberly80, of course. Sara Morello. Just by accident, I didn't show stuff here. Frederick Benef. We also showed his artwork. Much appreciated. I will link all the artists in the description, so if you are interested in looking at their beautiful art and their galleries, they are linked in the description of this video. If you see this as a VOD, or even right now, there should be links. Let me see. There must be also an artists list if you if you write in chat !artists. Yeah, the links are not there though, because a YouTube comment can only have 200 letters, and with links it would be two characters. It would be too much. And yeah, I would say, people, see you. Oh, I should maybe switch from the black screen to the thank you screen. See you people next time. Again, shoutouts to all the supporters, all the welcome, and to the new ones for the channels, with supporting the channel with membership and so on. Much appreciated. I think it was Bilbo Baggins, of course. It's really good to memorize. And Tresk, I think, was the other person. So shoutouts to you. Thank you for your support. Much appreciate. Also to all the other members that support. Really helps when the views on the channel are a bit down and so on. So much appreciated. And I would say, see you people next time. Maybe at the end of the month or the start of the next month, something like this. So there will be also new content on the channel. Maybe the next Elrond part I work next on, I guess. I still want to hint at the poll, because it really helps me knowing what's going on my channel a bit. We had this. Let me see. We already brought it up a moment ago. Yeah, that should work. There's this poll if you on my community tab. If you're interested in helping me out, finding what's going on my channel, do people not get notified when I upload, or is it the content? Let me know. Just really curious about feedback. Already see that like a few people already did some stuff there, and yeah, much appreciated for all those taking the time to vote or writing a comment. Much appreciated. Maybe we can do some stuff. I might also ask in the future, maybe if people want to return, ask viewer questions, make a video to answer viewer questions or so. Might be interesting content for some people. And yeah, as said, I still have a lot of script for the Elrond video for the Third Age to work on. That will be the next few videos, I guess. Then I will want to start also another bigger video about Galadriel. I'm looking forward to that. But as said, that might be away in the far future still. And in between, I try to mix something in, so it's not just Elrond every video. Maybe I work a bit on the thumbnails to not post too many Hugo Weaving pictures as some. And for example, for the current video, maybe a picture of the disaster of the Gladden Fields would have been more appropriate, because that's the main topic of the video. But yeah, you will find more lore content here. And as said, in 2 weeks or something, I try to make another stream. Hope it works out. Just check the channel from time to time, see if something's new. Also post stuff on Twitter if you prefer this as a way to get notified, and so on. So enough advertisement for social media stuff and videos. Thank you again for watching, for commenting. It was a lot of fun today. Much appreciate. Really cool questions. So I hope you had as much fun as I had, and see you people next time. Goodbye.